We got Adriana.
Yeah.
There's a secure one also. Secure, you should be. Yeah, and then Adriana says she's trying to connect. Or
Then name password.
so she states that she's trying to find Zoom, but it is apparently very hard to find.
It's on the district's website. No, I mean, the Facebook.
That's how you get it, not through the district website?
No, they
And the link's right there.
Yeah, the Zoom link
Yeah.
here,
So,
where you go to agenda, yeah, maybe it should be easier to find. That's good. Time to figure out then.
yeah. I'm being a little facetious. I'm like, is it really that hard? The answer is yes. Yes, it absolutely is hard to find. So she's trying to log in right now. Really. On district.
social media chat.
The board will now reconvene to open session. Or, Adriana, you move the.
18.
Awesome. The time is 6:18 p.m. We'll now move. If you're able to stand, can you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready again? Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
And to the republic, which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
So at this time, there's no reportable action for closed session. Move on to item J, adoption of the agenda. Is there, may I have a motion to adopt the agenda as presented?
So moved.
We have,
Or we have,
I thought that you were going to table and move some things.
oh yeah.
let's go to the consent and then move it after.
But I thought we were
There-
moving some things from the consent.
Yes, you can still approve the agenda first and then move the consent. It's not locked in, but I don't mind going into the whole way. We're gonna go, before we adopt the agenda, we'll just move some items K. Adoption of the consent. We're gonna move item 1, item 2, item 6, item 20, and item 21 into discussion. And we're going to table item number 17.
Yeah.
With everyone approving of those changes, do we have a motion to adopt the agenda? Do
So moved.
we have a second?
Go ahead.
Rochambeau? Awesome. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Agenda's adopted. Consent has been moved around.
We have to motion to adopt. the consent.
Something else.
You know, why? Because I was thinking of the agenda. So,
Point of order here.
yes,
Did you want to move item 6 from discussion to consent?
oh, thank you for that correction. So, can we have a motion to, move item 6 out of discussion and into consent or to adoption of consent? Do you have-
So moved.
you have a second? On favor?
Aye.
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 Now with all those little changes, do we have a motion to adopt the consent?
I
We did an
motion.
amendment.
So moved.
Second, okay, so now moving that discussion item, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We'll now move to item L, recognition and presentation, starting with number L1, Castroville Elementary presentation and update.
With our team, the people that do, you get to see the people that do all the hard work in the flesh. And thank you for having us. I get this. Hello? Oh, I don't need this one, right? Am I using this one? This one? This one? Hello?
Yes,
Can hear you.
Thank
we're
you.
excited to have you and we're excited for you to have our microphone linked up.
Okay, so good evening, Board of Trustees. Adriana's not here, Superintendent Turkey.
She's on Zoom.
And she's here?
Zoom. She's
on.
joining us via.
Hi, Adriana. And community, thank you for having us. So jump right in. So at Castroville Elementary School, we have 509. Brianna just taught me how to do that. There we go. At Castroville Elementary School, we have 593 students, and we are at 95.5 ADA daily attendance. It has not dipped below that. In fact, it's been a little bit higher. So we're happy about that because that implies that students and parents want to get to school and they're learning. So it makes it a lot easier. It's less patchy. We have 342 English learners, and of those 342, 35 of them have made it to 5th and 6th grade without reclassifying. So we have 35 long-term English learners, and we're laser focused on that this year. We have 62 students on IEPs. And then those 2 rows right there, just they're an indicator of who we are. Spring CASP scores, 30, it's second, third, or sorry, third, fourth, fifth, 6th grades in math, meeting or exceeding. And then the bottom number is ELA, third, fourth, fifth, 6th, meeting or exceeding. And we have 107 students that are getting daily targeted instruction, thanks to our TOSAs overseeing that are for 30 minutes a day, 4 days a week. I'm going to jump right into LCAP Goal 1. By the way, LCAP Goal 1 is going to consume most of our 15 minutes because that's what we prioritize, student achievement. There'll be a minute on the other one, so we'll catch up there. So what's really going well? I got it. What's really going well this year for us is our incredible, our professional learning communities. They're just outstanding. They are fueling our success. What's emerged from our 4 PLCs is the synergy and this continuity with one focus. It's a school-wide focus this time, not just a grade level on our SMARTY goals. But what's emerged is this just insanely awesome cohesion, school-wide cohesion. Even among our staff, our classified, our students, we just have this common language. And in the first picture, for example, our grade level release, that's what's really fueling it all. That's where the magic's happening, where it's starting. That's where the idea is. So in the first picture, we've had 2 grade level releases this year after we've collected that data, all the necessary data. We get together for half a day. So the teachers aren't tired and all that. So in that room, we have our intervention aides. We have both TOSAs. We have all of our teachers and me, and we're studying the heck out of our SMARTY goals. Just one, and it's all focused on language this year. We moved away from math because we found our rhythm with math. We found our success with math, and that math no longer needs to be a SMARTY goal because it's a standard practice. It was so successful that it's become a standard practice. So we moved into language, which is all, we grossly need this language acquisition. So, And it is an LCAP goal 5.3, but we're taking that to the next level. We'll talk about it later. But anyway, so in that grade level release, we're studying our Smarty goals. We're looking at writing samples. We're laughing, we're crying, we're arguing, we're eating, we're taking breathers, but we're really kicking up that rigor. And what's emerging from it has really been the success is that our TOSAs, what comes out of this is we're finding the gaps, we're finding how to increase that rigor, and our TOSAs are modeling in classrooms, multiple classrooms daily to get that rigor up, to help those teachers, to give them what they need and give it. And so, I mean, daily. And so that's what's emerging from the grade level release. So the designs, and then we study our iReady data. It's just study. And it's all around the same things in all grade levels. So we have a common language across the whole school around getting these students. And what that is, that was the second highlight, is this language piece. All of the Smarty goals, TK through 6, we're expecting students to demonstrate mastery of the content that they're learning in complete thoughts, sentences, and in writing. TKK, it's oral. We are not settling for one-word answers. We're not settling for phrases or fragmented thoughts. We are expecting them so that we can measure right then and there that they're mastering the language objective, right? So that's what's emerging out of there. Then we take that information, we go to the tier 1 meeting where all of our grade levels are, and I have a couple of my grade level leads here. We take it to the tier 1 meeting. In that tier 1 meeting, we go, okay, we have these great ideas. How are we going to, where's the accountability? How are we going to implement? How are we going to take it back to ensure all teachers are doing it in all classrooms? We design that. We take it down here to the left bottom picture. This is our grade level. Any Wednesday that you walk in from 1:30 to 2:40, those ideas have transferred, we're bringing it to the classroom. Here's Ms. Bobadilla here. She's the lead, and they are calibrating, they're studying, they're looking at writing samples. And then we take that to the staff meeting. And since we're on a vertically aligned Smarty goal and goal around this language piece, having the same expectations in every classroom for every student, it's bubbling in the staff meetings, and we all come together and we're all talking about it. We keep it bubbling and set the surface. So these meetings are ongoing around the same thing. So these are our highlights for now. And I'm going to turn it over to Sammy to touch on some intervention. What can I do for you?
Is that yours?
That's me.
Yeah.
I don't need to go over that.
Okay.
Brianna won't let him.
Right. Good evening. I'm here to provide a quick update on our reading intervention system. Last year, we built the foundation. This year, we are focused on refining and maximizing impact. Our ambitious model includes 4 instructional aides who serve a little over 100 identified K through 6 students. Here are some photos of our team working and supporting students. They deliver effective, brief instruction in small groups, focusing on reading, writing fluency, and explicitly teaching students to read words and paragraphs with fluency. Speaking, answering, and writing in complete sentences is an explicit requirement. We are a dedicated and effective team. What is working well? Our early data from a test called the Basic Phonics Skills Test, or BPST, which measures letter sounds and word reading from early September to the end of trimester 1, shows encouraging growth. So if you see those, grade K grew around 10 points, grade 1 around 13, grade 2 the same, and grade 3 almost 5. Is this good growth, you might be asking? In your packet's very last page, you'll see grades K through 3, average growth performance. Now, I'm going to use kinder as an example. See that solid blue line with the 2 dots? It starts at baseline to trimester 1. That's early September to trimester 1. That's about 8 weeks. The red line at the top is the end of year target. The soft blue line is a projection, a trend line. It's a simple projection we hope to reach if we keep the momentum going. So far, so good. And in your packet, you'll see grade K, grade 1, grade 2, and grade 3. This strong early progress is a result of 3 major factors: a strong focus on language across all classrooms, emphasizing complete sentence responses. Number 2, intervention practices in grades K through 3 that are tightly aligned with the sciences of reading. and consistent data analysis in grade level meetings championed by our principal as a common practice, those grade level meetings. Now, let's briefly look at our grades 4 through 6 reading fluency intervention. The system is new this year, focusing on reading fluency and building the bridge to writing. Our data collection is improving, and an initial 2-week growth period shows a positive growth in student performance. We're still in the foundational stage, but progress is visible. As you can see on this slide in the bottom left, there's a dark line in the middle. In the middle to the left, that's week 1, and then 2 weeks later is on the right. So you can just see, there's red and yellow, and it's moving to green. That one that stays at red, we talk to the teacher and we talk about intensifying an intervention. We're in the initial stages and the early data is showing promise. What needs improvement? While this early data is exciting, structural challenges slow our momentum. We need your support in 2 critical areas to further close those reading gaps. Number 1, we lack engaging decodable text for lower grades and high interest readers for upper grades. The quality of our instructional materials must improve for our intervention system. I plugged in a picture of our baby library for our intervention students. We need better books. Number 2, our dedicated intervention aides and TOSAs get pulled away for weeks to train for and administer state exams like LPAC and multitudes. We need to hire dedicated seasonal testing personnel to handle these mandated assessments. This frees up our intervention teams and TOSAs to focus 100% implementation of intervention and teacher instruction and coaching, helping us maintain that positive trend line you saw earlier. LPAC testing begins February 1st, which is near the middle of trimester 2. A solution could involve the hiring of 1 to 2 persons at an hourly rate to train them and get them ready with testing come February 1st. In this way, our instructional aides can keep that momentum going with their intervention, and TOSAs can expand and continue their support for teachers. If you look at that graph, we want to meet that red line at that time, but February 1st is in the middle of trimester 2, and it could block that projection. Our next steps, we want to sustain and grow this essential work. Our next steps are clear. Number 1, we need to secure funds immediately to purchase those engaging books for our intervention. Number 2, we need to plan and budget for summer professional development and prep time for our aides to ensure they start early in August and hit the ground running. Number 3, we will also design and distribute a toolkit and line of communication for parents to ensure families are fully on board with their students' intervention needs in the very near future. When the community is on board and well-informed, literacy scores improve. Overall, our growth proves our ambitious model is working. It's ambitious, but it really shouldn't be described that way. It's a simple and basic model that, when implemented and with integrity and staffed appropriately, easily succeeds. With your support to secure these resources, we can maximize the impact of the system, ensure every student at Castroville is a proficient reader. Now I pass it on to Ms. Karen Yuka, my fellow TOSA.
Thank you. Good evening. Our strategic focus for that. Our strategic focus is maximizing outcomes for all students, especially our English learners. While we successfully reclassified 22 students this year, our laser focus right now is with the 35 long-term English learners. So English learners are students who have not yet reclassified as proficient after 5 or more years. Their stagnant progress signals a system failure, and we are committed to urgently correct this. Academic growth results. Let's take a look here at our English learners. If you look at the green, you can see that the percentage of ELs that are above grade level in just 10 weeks, we have increased 6% of students who are at grade level. And more importantly, if you look at the group that in the red, and you look at our baseline, we have students who were at significantly below grade level. 70.8% of our English learners were there, and now just 10 weeks later, we are at 56.1. So the reduction in this deficit is a direct result of our targeted instruction. So our instructional strategy with our English learners we have a two-pronged approach. First of all, we have strategic, leveled, designated ELD and specific intervention support for small groups. We ensure instructional alignment through ELD walkthroughs and school-wide professional development on ELD routines. Next steps. Here's our numbers, by the way, of English learners served in our intervention groups and the LTELs served. Okay. Next steps. We will continue to refine and deploy leveled ELD, and then we need to address the delays in the processing of the reclassification paperwork. Students who qualify must be officially reclassified at the end of the year. The challenge that we currently see is that even if students qualify to reclassify, this is not happening until the middle of the following academic year. For example, my sixth grade students who qualified to reclassify last February to this day still are not reclassified. And one of the problems with that is that it affects their language program of instruction. And also it slows momentum and their growth, right? And it's also like if they know they're still not reclassified, even though they qualified 6-9 months earlier, it definitely affects learning behaviors and perceptions. So this structural challenge is a challenge that is outside of our site control. This challenge slows momentum. And so I just wanted to bring that up tonight. In conclusion, we are laser focused. We are strategic on accelerating EL and LTEL growth. We plan to do this by providing rigorous instruction, intervention support, eliminating systemic barriers that encumber our students to English proficiency. Next, I'll turn it over to Mr. Cannon, our assistant principal, who will discuss our second LCAP goal.
Thank you, Ms. Newcomb. So my name is Deshaun Cannon. I'm the assistant principal at Castroville Elementary, and I'm here to talk about student engagement and connectedness. First of all, what's going well? As Ms. Chibukas spoke earlier, our ADA is between 95.6 and 96.3 for the entire school year. And that's represented in our school climate survey of 3rd through 6th graders, where the 3rd and 6th graders scored in the 95% for feeling connected to school and happy to come. What's also going well is our What's Up Wednesdays. This is once a month from 8 to 9 a.m. We have the whole school come to the blacktop and we do our student of the month that exemplifies our 3 core values of students, right? Being care, kind, responsible, and respectable. And we also have it related to our academics. So we kind of praise our students' success and do it as a whole school. Our cost team has worked diligently weekly. We meet every Thursday, 10:30 to 12, and we look at all of our data from our social emotional standpoints, from our behavioral data, qualitative observations as well. And we bring in supports for all of our students of higher need, tier 2, tier 3. And it's about a panel of 10 of us, ranging from myself, often Ms. Chibukas, even though we're obligated to different committees, so she's not always there. So I'm always there. We also have our TOSAs. We also have our full mental health team with our therapists, our school psychologists, and our behavioral tech, as well as Mr. Zavala, our nest coordinator, and our school nurse. So we're making informed decisions based on data and coming up with solutions to support students in their social and emotional well-being as well as their academics. So that's kind of the cornerstone of our tier 2 and tier 3 is our cost team. We also have a lot of outdoor activities. Promoting structure outside is important and it sets the culture. So anytime you come during a recess or a lunch, you'll see sports ranging from basketball, soccer, volleyball, pickleball. They love pushing each other on those plastic carts with the wheels. I don't know why, but you know, they like it. And we also have things like red light, green light every single day for our TK through 2nd grade, where we're promoting cognitive learning and cognitive development. And we're handing out Otter dollars for our student store so students can redeem them. We have our Otter store that happens every single month on a Wednesday, and we have parent teacher volunteers as well as several staff that helps facilitate that. And we also have a lot of student leadership roles. Students outside are doing everything from helping pick up trash to help watering the garden to help clean up in the cafeteria. And they're running around telling kids, hey, good decision, or hey, that's not a good decision. So students are very involved and active in all of the functions of the school. What needs improvement? From our school climate survey, our fifth graders have less engagement and less connected to the school, as well as across the board, our English learners. They have shown more negative experiences compared to the English fluent, our RFEP students or our English only speaking students. So that is something that we need to act upon and check in with. Students also need real world application, especially in terms of their academics. So whatever they're learning in the class needs to be able to be utilized in the real world for them to feel relevant and engaged. And we also need to promote more enrichment opportunities such as clubs during lunchtime specifically. Next steps, we're going to be surveying our fifth graders and our English learners again to kind of ask how they're doing and what their challenges are and how we can better meet their needs. And we also have a RFA process that's going through Synergy now. So another next step would be surveying our teachers so we can gauge how effective is our RFA process with meeting their needs so they can refer students of higher need. They can feel compelled to because they're getting information returned to them in a timely and orderly fashion, and they feel bought into the system as well. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to one of our student ambassadors, and they're going to give you their story. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cannon. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Turkey. My name is Stephen Lopez, and I am a sixth grader here at Castroville Elementary School. From TK through third grade, I was a quiet kid in class. A lot of my teachers told me I was not this quiet out of class. When I got to third grade, I realized I needed to lock in to school because third grade got challenging. My fourth grade year was the year I became academically detached from school and learning. It was in fifth grade I started to exceed because I got a connection with my teacher, Mrs. Yao. I connected to school because she did not let me goof around or slip off. Her lessons are interesting and real life. I totally connected to school and learning and became a confident athlete and team player. I personally think that Castroville Elementary has some great teachers and is a safe and interesting learning environment for all kids. Of course, I enjoy all sports because we have great equipment. I also enjoy socializing with friends. That's what kids enjoy first. I enjoy our challenging math curriculum because all teachers have different teaching styles. I enjoy learning about people who were on Earth before me. I guess that would be history. I enjoy how we learn through collaborating with my peers because it broadens my point of view. Thank you for listening and happy holidays.
Well, what a treat to have our student here and to follow him. I am gonna flip over to this slide. Good evening, everyone. I'm Kate Wolcott. I'm the psychologist, a proud psychologist at Castroville Elementary School. And I'm here tonight to just briefly share with our community how the great work conducted by our school staff promotes well-being within our student body. So Castroville has a holistic approach to really shepherding our students' whole child development. And this is reflected in our data, which shows that we have really strong tier 1 supports for our students. One example of incorporating social emotional learning in the classroom is demonstrated on the pictures in these slides. This is a 5th grade assignment where students were given the task of identifying something about themselves that they like. One student's example was, the best part of me are my legs because I can run fast. So there was a writing task attached to it, but students had to look inward and find something that they feel good about and then share that information with fellow students and their teacher. It's a great opportunity to practice self-esteem. You'll recall that Dr. Katie Turner, recently presented on district-wide DESA results. Tonight, I'm just going to spotlight the emotional intelligence of our otters at Castroville. Just a reminder, the DESA is a social emotional screener that all of our teachers complete for all of our students. So teachers are rating students in the areas such as self-awareness, self-regulation, peer interactions. And then that data, our school-wide data, is here on this pie chart on the screen. So you will see that there's a few different colors. The blue represents students that fall within the typical range. So these are students that are exhibiting age-appropriate skills that we would expect, which is great. There's also green on this pie chart, and that represents 129 of our students that are exceeding what we would expect for social and emotional intelligence for students of their age. So really great strengths there. The red is associated with our 47 identified students that need just a little bit more to support their emotional intelligence. So what we're doing is we have strategically developed groups of students and are providing 6 weeks of intervention using evidence-based strategies right out of the DESA. The intervention is run by our mental health counselor, Jeanette Martinez, our 2 behavior technicians, Joanna Montejano Ayala, Astrid Leon, and myself. And students are being pulled from class for 30 minutes and just working on different skills that the data showed us that these individual students need. In addition to this specific Tier 2 intervention, we continue efforts to build our capacity at Castroville with all of our staff in social emotional learning so that even fewer students require Tier 2 support. Next steps for us. We need to ensure that these intervention groups of students are actually applying the skills that we've taught them independently. What's a little bit unique is this DESA data, this is like a pre-test, was completed in September, October. That gave us the data that drives our interventions. We don't administer this assessment again until later in the spring, but our interventions end in 6 weeks. So we have to be creative and thoughtful about progress monitoring our student success in a different way. We also value our request for assistance process that came up earlier with our cost team, and also as a way to identify students in need of additional social emotional support. And that's it. Things are going well with our otters at Castroville. Thank you. I'm turning it over to Suli.
Good evening, President Melgoza, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Turkey, and members of the community. My name is Zulia Rodriguez Jimenez, and I serve as the Community Schools Coordinator at Castroville Elementary. This fall, we had several encouraging highlights. Our chick survey results were very positive, showing that families feel welcomed, informed, and connected. We also saw strong participation at our ELAC meetings. Thanks to a very intentional outreach approach, we distribute RSVPs, track every response, and personally call all the yes families. The Friday before the meeting with reminders again on Monday. Families come because they know these meetings are meaningful, interactive, and tailored to their needs, not just a checklist of required topics. They also know they will walk away with their child's data and resources to support to support learning at home. At our last ELAC meeting, families received LPAC practice tools, and Mr. Sammy provided hands-on explanation of the test, modeling the speaking portion with the student, which really helped families understand what their children experience. We also hosted our annual fall festival, supported by donations from local stores and several community partners. We continue to have committed school site council, ELAC, and PTC board members, and we've been pleased with the strong parent turnout at our student academic assemblies. At the same time, we know where we need to grow. Currently, we only have 2 consistent volunteers, which has limited the number of family events we hope to offer during the first half of the school year. We want to increase parent volunteers, offer more academic nights that blend learning and fun, and continue expanding school-wide events that build community. Looking ahead, we will be reviewing our family and community engagement plan with the phase team, setting up community connection meetings to hear ideas directly from the families, and supporting our DLAC representative who will attend the CABE conference this spring to bring back insights that strengthen our programs. And before I close, I'd like to extend a warm invitation. Please join us tomorrow for our Winter Wonderland Family Pina at 5:45 in the cafeteria. Thank you for your continued support of our students, families, and our school community, and I will pass it back over to Gigi to discuss LCAP Goal 4.
Goal 4, we have students and parents, staff connectedness. Staff connected. So this year, all of our staff connectedness takes place in the lounge with food. Honestly, we don't really have a whole lot of time. As you saw, our focus on instruction kind of, we're pretty intense. So we don't have a whole lot but we have a lot of joy and a lot of love and a lot of familial vibe. And it happens daily at the table. They're talking about FIBs and SMARTY goals, but there's a lot of food and happiness and cohesion, and they like everybody, we're united. So we don't have a lot of extras going on because there just isn't the bandwidth or the energy or whatever, because just new stuff happening this year. So it's consuming all of the time. So I think our next steps would be personally, I would like to budget or provide the resources for us to provide maybe a week-long collaborative opportunity for teachers in the summer, so that we have all the materials that we need, because they're always lesson planning and improving and doing this and shifting and moving because of what's coming out of our PLCs. We need to do more. So that's it. Our student engagement and connectedness is a little bit limited. We do have some potlucks. We're having something next Friday. Sunshine Committee's trying to continue to uplift, and spaces for art. I learned it at one of our admin meetings or tier 1 where we need to one of our staff meetings, everybody was totally stressed out, so we just made the staff meeting an art opportunity. Everybody did art on canvas with our VAPA teacher. So we're reading the room, we're reading the energy, but that's what's happening with our staffing. We need open up a little more space for joy, space to breathe next year, but that's what's happening at Castroville. Is that it? Anybody else?
So we have a parent.
No, at this point, it's no.
Oh, I thought you-
She's just, she's responsible for all of our fundraising and making all the things happen. She's very instrumental. So we invited her up there because she's like our one board member on both committees, and she's doing a lot. So we wanted her to be. Did you want to speak? Sure.
I mean, I'll answer questions later on, but.
Listen,
Everything's good.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're good.
How about you introduce yourself to the board?
Oh, there you go.
So
Tell us
hello.
what you do as fundraising.
Okay, so what I am is the president of the PTO and the chair at the SSC. So for the fundraising that we did for the fall, I collected around 2,000 in monetary donations and around $1,600 worth in any gift cards, whether it's like Whaling Station, Sardine Factory, and we actually did raffles to make more donations for our school.
So if you don't want me to interrupt you, I know who you are, Jim, but you introduce your full name to the rest
So
of the
my name is
members.
Jem Choi. So I have 2 students at Castroville Elementary at the 5th grade, a boy, and then a 2nd grader, Julie.
Well, we really value and treasure our parents that step up for PTO stuff. So I look forward to talking to you soon.
Thank you.
So real quick, and I know I don't know what to do here. So we have our highlights where so this person right here has brought amazing stuff. Her energy, what an incredible contribution to our climate, her personality, her knowledge, I don't want to read it all. We'll be here all night, or we already have been all night. So it's felt by everybody school-wide. Everybody's in love with this new energy. She's jumped on board. She's fixing things, which is wonderful, finding, things, gaps, and making us better and systemizing, and she's incredible. And the next one. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right.
And we just wanted to give a quick spotlight on our custodial team. Juan, Jessica, and Diego. They've been there forever and a day. We can't function without them. They work cohesively together. When one is out, and one will pull a double shift and cover the other one. And I don't know how many other sites have a mother-son combo, but we're lucky enough to have that. And I can't even believe that that's even happening. So I'm blessed that we have them. I hope that Jessica stays a lot longer than 2 years. And we just want to put a big spotlight on our daytime and nighttime
I have to
custodians.
say one thing, we have a classified attendance challenge. They never miss. I mean, they come in sick. So they show up, and try a day without a custodian at your school. It's hellacious. So, they're amazing. So, and. Yay.
So, bye-bye. Well, thank you for your presentation and for the update. We go to public comments, right, first? Okay, so we're not gonna move to clarifying technical questions from the board, starting with trustees Diaz,
No.
trustee Ruiz.
Just a burning question. I've heard of SMART goals, but I've never heard of SMART goals. What's the E for?
So the E we added, I think Antonio might have brought it over here to us, but the SMART E is equitable, and we have equity. What we've done with the E is we've, according to our dashboard and data and all that, our students with disabilities and our English learners aren't accelerating at the rate that all others are. And so therefore, the E is kind of our major focus this year and incorporating those skills for English learners. So that's who populates the E in our school this year. Thank you.
Trustee Shabri?
Yeah, I did have a question. There was a slide that you guys are recommending for the next steps to hire, professionals for the LPAP assessments. Can you tell us who were the ones doing those tests last year?
So last year it was our SIPA, who now is an ELSA, an English learner student assistant, and 3 instructional aides, and the TOSAs when we could.
So last year, and then those positions went away?
No, they're still here. It's just the instructional aides will have to take weeks because we have like 3. The majority of our students are ELs. And those part of those assessments are one-on-ones. It starts February 1st, and you have until the end of the school year to get them done. And when you have 3 instructional aides say to the teachers, "Hey, sorry, no intervention for the next month or 2," right? It takes them away from that, and they have to do that state mandated assessment. And sometimes it's us, if an instructional aide is out, we have to fill in when we could be demoing in a class or doing a coaching session with the teacher as a TOSA.
I just needed clarity. I was wondering if the positions went away or we just needed an additional headcount to support.
An additional headcount to support.
Seasonal testing personnel.
Yes, other districts have hire on EdJoin, they hire seasonal LPAC testers or they have like testing folks. It's something I encourage the board to look into.
Okay. And then there was also a question about the biliteracy pathway timeline. Is that something that you were looking into? Like, who's recommending that that's what we need to look into?
There's a delay in processing paperwork, so students don't get reclassed.
Are you asking regarding reclassification?
Yes, I'm sorry, the
Yes.
reclassification.
So students should be best practices, school districts and LEAs are reclassifying students at the end of the academic year after they qualify to reclassify. But in our district, there is a significant delay in processing all of that paperwork and making that happen. And that affects the students' instructional program.
So what was your recommendation for the time?
Is to go ahead and reclassify. I think last year, we were able to, like, we could have reclassified last year, like the last week of school. It was tight. But I think that I don't quite understand all the moving parts, but I think that our LEA and the timeline of when we get it, we should technically be able to do it. So I think there's things outside of our control that we are not, we don't quite understand, but we know that most school districts are able to reclassify.
I think it's delayed by a year because of the timing. It's really tight. Because the results don't come back till May. Right. So then there's all the other nuances that, you know, with the reclassification process, which is demanding. So the next year in May, like a year later, they're reclassifying. They've actually become reclassified English proficient the May before.
I can shed a little light on it if you'd like. So there's a couple of aspects, right? So within the LPAC, then they have to obviously score well enough. And then they also have to score equivalent to English onlys, either in, let's say, the SPAC or in one of our own assessments. And it's when those two things have occurred, right? And so sometimes you're waiting on one of them to occur before the other one occurs, if that makes sense.
Right.
But we can look at our timelines because
Thank
I
you.
haven't looked at our timeline.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Great presentation. And that student who just left was amazing. Amazing. What grade was he in again?
6th grade.
6th grade? He was amazing.
All right, so we'll move on to board comments. Gianna?
Just thank you for the presentation. It was, your academic numbers are really impressive. And it means you're doing something right. So that's very impressive. And I really like the social and emotional learning for the kids, like the project, their favorite thing about themselves. I think introducing that early is really important and honestly something we need more of. So great job.
PCDs?
Yeah, thank you so much for everyone that brought all the information and thank you for the spotlights. I know all the stuff is really great and I know the spotlighted ones deserve it. I know the custodians really well and you're absolutely right on how they are. Thank you for the parent for doing all the hard work and stuff that you do for the PTG. Thank you so much.
Sure.
I just wanted to say thank you for a phenomenal presentation. You weren't here when we were going through the dashboard or we were going through the early numbers, but I think we were all astounded and impressed by your results in math and your results in language arts. Is that what it's called? It's not called that anymore. Okay, ELA. So it really shows what you're doing and you're doing it very effectively, under your leadership and with this amazing team. And so I was utterly flabbergasted. I thought those numbers were just phenomenal. So you've got the secret sauce for the district and you weren't here, but what we said is when we figure out the best recipe, you follow it. You don't decide to, tweak it because if you know what's working, then that's where you put your time and emphasis and effort. So I just want to congratulate you on that. I also want to applaud you for telling us what you need. I heard quality of instructional material, better books for students who are English learners, seasonal testing personnel, instructional aids, keep the momentum going. So let's do some summer professional learning, and then the delay in processing paperwork when it comes to reclassifying our English learners. So I really appreciate that because we're all trying to do the best we can, and we need that feedback on how we can be better as a team. And we are one big team. So Matt, that's your assignment. Figure out how to get them what they need, since you're our one employee, our one collective employee. So I just want to congratulate you all. And then Gigi, could you just touch on your leadership philosophy? And I need you to be succinct. what has made you so
I
successful
think,
in?
first of all, I'm old, so I have a ton of experience, so.
You,
I just-
yeah,
so
you're mature.
So I had the advantage of working at the district level. I have a loud mouth,
No, you don't.
I have the advantage of working in the district level, and so I already knew where the spots were. I had the relationships going. Just focusing on fidelity in those PLCs and I don't know, tell us, what's the success? How did we do it? I mean, we were very much into alignment, and we had very strong teachers teams. So there's so many, like our students, they know what we expect of them and they deliver. So it's the students, you know, the school-wide norms, they know what they are. We don't let them get, you know, and they're, you know, it's just a kind of a learning institution. I mean, believe it or not, you know, so it's just this school-wide synergy. I think Gigi has a way of connecting with everyone, from the teachers to the students to the parents. And she doesn't prioritize either or. And we feel it. And when we feel seen, we do the work. It's hard work, but we're there and we want the best for our students. And Gigi really did bring in an awesome change to our school and our climate. So she's just an awesome leader.
Wonderful. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Awesome. So let's open this up to public comment.
First, congratulations. What a great presentation, and you can sense the passion and the teamwork behind everyone here. I was really appreciated the focus on student achievement, especially the data-driven response with respect to ELA. We all know that Castroville's great improvements with math, and it would be really great while Gigi's here to hear a little bit maybe more detail about what exactly they've done, and especially her focus on math fact fluency. And so I hope we can hear from her, try to talk about that topic. So thank you.
Yes.
Is there there you go. Is there any on Zoom? That being said, thank you for presentation, and we're done now.
Do it again?
We're done now. Thank you for your presentation. Yeah. Public comment, so my bad. Yeah, sure. I'm not firing all cylinders today. So we just so we will now proceed to item L2, receive the 2025 North Monterey County Unified School District California dashboard presentation. This item is informational only, so we would like to invite staff to present.
Good evening, board, Dr. Turkey, community. I am Antonio Garcia, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, and joining me are esteemed colleagues from the Educational Services Department, Kim McCulloch, Director of Teaching and Learning, Dr. Turner, Director of Student Family Supports, and we are here to review our district's 2024-25 dashboard results and how they align to our mission. So our objectives for this presentation are threefold. We want to build clarity around how the dashboard works, highlight current performance results, and connect these outcomes to our LCAP, priorities, and improvement strategies. Our mission continues to guide our implementation work. This dashboard provides evidence of how well our systems are supporting every student toward the goal that we have of them being college, career, and life ready. So a little bit about the dashboard. The dashboard is the state's public accountability system that provides a comprehensive picture of how schools in our district are performing. It looks at both current performance that we have, as well as improvement over time. So we're looking at two different things. It uses multiple measures, not just the test scores. So for example, we also look at suspension rates to show the strengths in the areas needing improvement. The goal of the dashboard is to give families, educators, or community a clear, transparent view of school performance and a guide towards continuing our improvement efforts. I will slow down. The dashboard report performance through the dashboard reports performance through color-coded performance levels, as you can see here on this dashboard as an example, based on current results and year-over-year progress. This is going to be a quick explanation of how status and change work together to produce a performance level, or in other words, a color. As an example, I'm going to demonstrate how we are designated as green, the color green, for district-wide suspensions for last year. As you can see here, as we're going to start here on the left-hand corner of the presentation, for last year, the suspension rates district-wide was 3.7%. Every indicator will have its own unique status cutoff points, and this can vary from grade level as well. In this case, the lower the suspension rates, the better, right? So here we can see that for 2025, it was 3.7. If you look at the first column where it says very low going to very high, you can see that 3.7 will fall under medium. That is the range that 3.7% of suspensions will fall, right? The vertical columns that you see going straight, up and down, you'll see that they represent the change from last year, from 2024 to 2025. In our case, so the medium is the performance level, again, as you can see here, right? Just catching my clicker, catching up to my words. At the very top right, we declined by 1.4%. So in 2025, we had 1.4 less students that were suspended. So this puts us in the declined change category, as opposed to, for example, significantly increasing, increase, maintaining, or significantly decline significantly. So last year, from 24 to 25, we declined by 1.4. So that is our change. So going back, the 3.7% was our status. We were at medium because we fall in that band. But because we declined by 1.4, then that together gives you the color that has been given to us. So when you put together the status that you have along with the change, it gives you your performance level. So in this case, for suspension rates, for 2025, we were in green. I just wanted to show you how we arrived. It's a combination of how you did for 2025, but also what the change was from the previous year. I'm not sure what happened there. I don't think that was me. Yeah, we're done. I'm not sure if you have any questions, but I think so. Okay, so in a moment, we're going to go back. Yeah, that was talking about going fast. So in a moment, we're going to go deeper into this kaleidoscope of colors that you have here. But I just explained to you just suspensions. So for every box here that you have for colors, we follow through the same process. It's a combination of how we did in 2025 with how we changed from the previous year. And so one thing I just wanted to note is that sometimes you can actually do something better and still kind of go backwards in color. And we're going to be seeing that later with Dr. Turner talks about chronic absenteeism. So although we did improve with chronic absenteeism, because it wasn't more than the previous year or significantly enough, you actually see a shift of color like in the reverse from like yellow to orange. So just know that it doesn't always equate just because you improve that you move up a color in the direction that we want to have. Okay, so here, this slide here, you can see that we are comparing 2024, that's on, if I'm looking this way, right, on the left-hand side, 2024 dashboard results with 2025 on the right-hand side. And this is, again, tell me what you might notice there, right? But we do see meaningful shifts in the right direction. So I really appreciate the summary that is right below, right? When you look at 2024 on the bottom on the left-hand side to 24, 25 on the right-hand side. So you can see that we had 16 areas, 16 in performance levels that went from green to 14 from 2024 to 2025, which is really incredible work from our staff. From the yellow, we moved, that means that we maintained, right? We didn't really go significantly down, significantly up. 11 to 19. What I really want to highlight is that we had 10 performance levels that were in the red in 2024, which is why you see more orange and red in 2024. And we halved it, less like less than, half of the performance levels were now in red. So you can see some significant gains there as a whole when it comes to performance. The greatest growth was in the increase of college and career readiness. So you can see that on the far right column, CCI. If you compare CCI to 2024, it was all orange and red across all student groups, right? Unhoused youth, Latino students, foster youth, all students. When you look at CCI, which is the second to the right column, you're going to see a lot more green, a lot more yellow. So that's one of the highlights that we have. You also will notice significant improvements in suspension rates, which I explained earlier. LTELs also show some progress that was significant, and we can also see the indicators and the student groups that continue to be an area of growth and priority, which we're going to go into more detail shortly. But that is just an overview of how we get to the colors and the change between 24 to 25. And with that, I'll pass it over to Kim.
Good evening. So on this graph, you can see it starts at 0 at the top. And so 0 is where we want all students to be. So at 0, that means that they are meeting standard. If the bars are below, then that means they're growing, they're getting to that 0.0. So it's kind of a different type of layout, but we're looking at getting those bars to 0 or above. So this is our ELA, and so you can see the bar graph on the left. The striped is from the year before, which Antonio just explained with the overall view. And the solid colored one with no stripes is the one from last year. So you can see that in ELA, we continue to move towards the goal of meeting standards for all students, moving those bars, getting those bars smaller and smaller, getting to 0 of the meeting standard for every student. Overall in ELA, we had positive growth as a district. Our growth for all students, and you can see we moved from orange to yellow, was a 3.1 points and the student average distance for meeting standards. We showed growth in English learners, Hispanic, homeless, and socioeconomically disadvantaged, also showed positive growth change. Our LTEL students with disabilities and white students continue to score at the same status level and did not show a growth increase in ELA. And this is our student data for mathematics. So same thing again in mathematics, we're trying to move up to that 0 to have the standard met. So in mathematics, we also continued to move towards the goal of meeting standards. Our overall student data, even though the colors stayed the same, we did increase by 6.8 points as a district. In mathematics, we increased in almost every student group. We increased 9 points in English learners. We increased in our LTELs 4 points in homeless. We increased 6 points in socioeconomically disadvantaged, 7 points in Hispanic, and 3 points in white. Our only student group that did not show a positive change was our students with disabilities that did show a decrease of 3 points. So that is an area that we need to focus on and make sure we're meeting the needs of all of our students. The next area that we'll look at is the English learner progress. So this part of the dashboard is we're looking at the LPAC scores. So as you know, on the LPAC, there are the 4 levels that students can meet, and they can score a level 1, 2, 3, or 4 overall. But when the state looks at English learner progress, they know that it takes a long time, 6 or 7 years, to master a language. And so because of this, they broke up levels 2 and 3 into 2 different categories. 2 low and 2 high, 3 low and 3 high. So this gives students more areas where they can show growth and improvement as they're learning a second language. So if you look at our LP progress, so the English learner growth, you can see across. On the LP data, our English learners as a group maintained the same level. There was a fairly minuscule difference. There was really no change in dashboard color. But where we saw as a district a lot of growth was in our long-term English learners. And so this has been an area in the past where we haven't seen as much growth. So it's very exciting to see the change from red last year to green. So the LTEL data significantly increased by 11 points, which caused that change in dashboard color. So the next slides are going to focus on graduation rates and college and career readiness. And so the college and career readiness takes into account the students. And if you remember from the beginning of the year, Pat Bowman and I shared about how it's calculated through the AP classes, the CTE pathway completers, college credit courses, their dual enrollment, SBAC meeting standards, and seal of biliteracy. So those are some of the areas that we'll look at and that we'll share some data on when we look at the college and career indicator dashboard. But first we'll look at graduation rates. So here you can see in graduation rates, a lot of green. So the graduation rate overall maintained a medium level from the previous year. And so here's where the dashboard is interesting, because the year before we had a 91% graduation rate. Last year was 90. It's basically the same, but because it didn't grow even more, the color changed from green to yellow. So sometimes the dashboard gives us interesting data on the colors. We can see English learners, though, did show an increase in graduation rates by 4%. LTEL significantly increased by 6% to a 91% graduation rate. Our homeless increased by 1.4%. The SED maintained the same at 90%. Students with disabilities did show a decline of 4%, and white showed a decline of 9%. When we go into college and career readiness, there was positive growth across almost all student groups. And here's what Antonio was referencing when he said, looking at our CCI, we showed a lot of growth in moving from orange to green. So looking at the areas, we see that all students increased by 5%, ELs increased, LTELs increased, homeless by 12%, socioeconomically disadvantaged, students with disabilities increased by 10%, and Hispanic students increased by 7%. The only group not showing an increase was the white students. So then I thought it was really interesting. We went into the dashboard data and looked at like, okay, where are we seeing the biggest growth and where are we seeing a big impact on helping our students make those college and career readiness indicators? So we saw the number of students passing the AP showed one of the greatest increase. And if you remember at the very beginning of the year, the state actually changed the qualifications of what counted for AP. So in the past, you could only get credit for AP if you passed the AP test. And this year they said if you passed the class and you got a C or higher, then just like with dual enrollment, that would count on your dashboard. So part of the reason why we saw a large increase in AP was also the change in requirements of what the state was looking at. Students meeting A to G rates increased, and students that received the state seal of biliteracy also showed a strong increase. And so those were some of the areas that brought up our college and career readiness data. And with that, I'll turn it over to Katie.
Good evening, everyone. So the slide here is looking at our chronic absenteeism data, which also shows an overall decrease for all students. And as Antonio mentioned, because it wasn't as significant of a change, the colors from the left to the right move from yellow to orange. We had a decrease in chronic absenteeism for the following student groups: our English learners, Filipino, Hispanic, our long-term English learners, our socioeconomically disadvantaged, and our students with disabilities. We had an increase in chronic absenteeism for our white students, 2 or more races, and our unhoused youth. And last year, we spent a lot of time looking at our systems and our gaps in our systems for addressing chronic absenteeism and attendance. And we've been working since last year to fill those gaps. So we now have accessible and live data and are able to compare month to month between this year and last year. And I brought some of those data just for you to look at. It's also on the table back there if you'd like it. And what we're seeing in our live data is improvement month to month, every month except August of this school year to last year. And at the end of August is when we were able to receive our system to look at our live data. I'll move on to suspension data. So overall, and I do have to mention this graph is really skewed, and that's because of the foster youth there, that bar, and that does represent 7 students, but it's also making all of the other bars very tiny. So we have an overall decrease for all of our students in suspensions, as Antonio mentioned. And then we had a decrease for all student groups except our Black students, Filipino, and the Black African-American bar there is representing 7 students, and Filipino is representing 17 students, and 2 or more races. Passing it back to Kim.
Okay, so what are the implications of this dashboard data, and what do we see as we look ahead to the future? So when we're looking at academic performance, we're going to continue to build our understanding of continuous improvement and how it connects to the work we do in the classroom and supporting our students. We're looking at teacher clarity of making sure that we're clear on where our students are going and what they're expected to do related to the standards. Instructional materials adoption, we're very excited this year. We have 2 adoptions in process. Our ELA teachers at the middle school are actually meeting tomorrow to be trained on the first textbook that they're going to pilot in the spring. And our middle school and elementary school mathematics teams have been working to review different textbooks and decide what we're going to pilot for math. Foundational literacy, our elementary school sites are continuing to work on building foundational literacy. What you heard from Castroville about the MTSS assistants working with the TOSAs, pushing into the classroom to pull small groups to work with them on foundational literacy and intervention programs is happening at the sites across the district. Our TOSA teams are working together very closely to support that intervention program. In secondary, our middle school and high school math teachers are continuing to work with the County Office of Education on a math community of practice. And one of their areas that they're working on with the county office is the work of academic discourse and mathematics classes. In January, Antonio will start a committee of assembling a group to explore different instructional frameworks and look at what framework will we adopt as a district to align with the instruction that we do in the classroom each day. And then our California College Initiatives has continued to develop the work for the district of aligning our courses with A to G, creating structures and ensuring that all of our systems are accurate and updated to align with students so that then we can create the CCGI and students will do their 4- and 6-year plans and think about what do they want to be as they grow up and set goals and pathways for that. And we just had an amazing meeting today with Gear Up, where we're going to be working with UC Santa Cruz. They're going to be starting with one of our middle school cohorts and following them all the way up to high school and then even into college and supporting with that college awareness for the students and also for parents and community, which is very exciting.
And for attendance and engagement, we're really focused on building pathways for families to recover attendance and for us to also recoup our ADA. So we have explored and have launched short-term independent study and Saturday Academy. Saturday Academy attendance recovery will not reflect on the dashboard, just so everyone knows that. And then also we've really focused on building community and a community of practice with our site-based school attendance review teams. And I believe you'll see them later in a video. And for conditions and climate, we continue to work on building strong positive behavior intervention and support and restorative practices. And we also are still working on building alignment in the way that we respond to behavior across our district and ensuring that it's implemented consistently.
And the form of gratitude comes in to all the parents, all the students, the staff, classified staff, teachers, administrators, counselors, everyone who's worked really hard for a lot of those positive changes that you saw from the 2024 to 25 dashboard. We're clear in the areas we need to also improve on and work on, and this concludes our presentation. Again.
Yes, well, thank you for the presentation. We will now take clarifying questions from our board, starting with our student trustee. Did you have? Trustee Diaz?
No questions.
Trustee Ruiz?
No questions. You guys had provided a lot of data.
I got questions. So your table, I'm trying to go back. The 2024 student group status to the 2025, why do we have foster youth in 2024, but we don't have foster youth in 2025?
Which?
No, I don't see it.
Did they change the?
No, in 2024, you have foster youth and then you have homeless youth. You have them broken into 2 different groups. But then in your 2025, there's homeless is there. But foster youth is not there. Is that just maybe an oversight from?
A significant number.
So we need to, there has to be more than 30 students in a group for the color to show up in a
Is that what-
particular year
Okay.
at the district level. So if it's not there, it's
So-
for that reason. No, actually, sorry, foster youth is 15. Other groups are 30, but foster youth, if you at least have to have 15 in the school district, otherwise the number of the color won't come up.
Okay, so that's where we saw the foster use on that big bar graph.
Yeah,
We don't have the 15.
not this year, not for 25. They had it for 24 because it was striped, if I'm not mistaken. I'll go back.
It's not because you don't have the threshold. There's more than 15 foster youth. It's just that 7 of them were suspended.
Yeah, but that was 24.
But if there's more than 15 youth, why we're confused? If there's more than 15, why did they show up in 2025?
So right here, I think this is what you're talking about, Trustee DeMarco. Is that correct? The red bar?
Yeah, then
Yeah.
go back to the comparison.
Yeah, so I'll go back. I don't think, so yeah, so this is the stripe means 2024. That means in 2024, there were enough students to bring up that rate and then not in 2025. But let me go back. We could have missed. Let's see what it says. But the stripe one was 2024, 25. So
Like for,
sorry.
because you have them here.
Yeah, so that's 2024 and in 2025, it's not there because we had less than
Okay.
15.
And that's why there's no solid.
That's why there's no solid bar.
Okay,
The stripe bar represented, to your point, Trustee DeMarco, 2024, which is why it's there.
is that okay?
Yeah, there's no bar graph next to it that's solid for 2025. Because there were not at least 15 students.
Thank you for clarifying that one, because those are two demographics I'm very passionate about.
Yeah.
So, now, since we're done with questions, we'll open up to public comment. Seeing there's no public comment in person, do we have any public comment on Zoom? Seeing as there's no public comment on Zoom, we'll close public comment and move on to any brief comments from the board, starting with our student trustee. Trustee, yes,
Thank you for the presentation, guys. Appreciate it.
trustee Ruiz.
I would just say this is phenomenal progress. I've been watching this dashboard for a while and it's been pretty flat. And even though it's been phenomenal progress, we're still not doing enough. So I hope you don't rest on your laurels, because there's a lot of our students where we aren't meeting their needs. And maybe we'll never get to 100%, but we should never stop trying. Our graduation rate has always been really good. But if we're graduating kids that can't proficiently read, don't have a good grasp of mathematics, then we're ultimately failing them, even though a diploma is a significant milestone in many of our families' lives. So I just want to applaud you, because this is phenomenal work. It's the first time I've seen this dashboard move in a meaningful way, and I've been out there in the community watching it. So congratulations, and please keep up the momentum, because when our numbers don't reflect 100%, there's too many kids we're leaving behind. But anyway, I do want to recognize the outstanding effort and accomplishment. So thank you all.
Kudos to the staff.
Yeah, all of you. I mean, all of you, staff, certificated, classified, parents, volunteers, community members, all of you and your leadership. Congratulations. Thank you.
Trustee Shelby.
No, I appreciate all the data, all the deeper dives that you guys did, and the part that also is standing out to me, the same groups, right? That we need to really focus on more support, the EL students and our just, special ed. So, I mean, I know you guys are working hard with all the different programs and the interventions, but you see those and you're just like, okay, we gotta keep pushing forward, because I'm looking at just this dashboard right here with the students with disabilities in 2024, and then there's 2 red, right? For 2025. So then that right there says, okay, what can we do different, right? For our students with disability. So anyways, thank you guys, because I know the numbers, kudos, you're absolutely right. We're going in the right direction, but I'm just saying those 2 groups always stand out to me, like, what else can we do, right? Because I know our demographics are tough. So thank you.
Yeah, great comments. I really appreciate. This is very positive, and I love to see where we're going. I just want to circle back. It was the first year that myself and Trustee Ruiz got appointed to the board. And we were both put on the LCAP committee. Remember that? jaw-dropping numbers for us as we heard, which are foster youth and homeschool. I was blown away with how high the percentage of our population is in there. Really just want to say this to the district that I'm very committed to these groups. I'm very committed that we provide services to them, that I hope that we never do anything to take away from that group, because I would not align with the vision and ethics of the board. And we would demand that our staff does not interfere with that. Keep on going hard. Please, protect our underserved kids as they deserve it.
I have a quick comment to make, if I could. So first of all, thank you for the presentation. Really great presentation. And just want to echo a couple of things going in the right direction. But also we can see clearly two groups of students here, specifically our long-term English learners and our students with disabilities. And I look forward to the work on the instructional framework. There are things we can do in our first time instruction to help all students. And there are ways which we can plan for all students within our first time instruction to better meet all of our students' needs. So we know that this is an area which we need to improve on, and we have some thoughts about how we can go about that. So more to come on this. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to item M, public comment on non-agenda matters. We will now take public comment on non-agenda matters. Oh,
Kind of been on and off.
is she trying to speak right now?
Yeah.
I forgot that she was on Zoom. Okay. Right. Oh, yes. She was letting me know she was trying to say something. Adriana? Yes, you're on.
Thank you. I just also wanted to say that I appreciate like Trustee Reese said, I've been monitoring the progress in the dashboard and everything. And I appreciate all the work the staff has been doing to try to move the needle. But I also am very concerned that we continue to fail some of our students. And that's English learners, students with disabilities, foster youth. So I hope that we can continue to look at ways to support the students that continue to be left behind, and that we don't interfere with those staff members that are working towards making sure those students move forward. And,
Adriana, you're breaking up. We got a little.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear better now. Can you repeat that again?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you are.
Oh, there.
You better have to repeat everything.
Okay, awesome. I'm saying that I appreciate all the work of the staff. And I also, like Trustee Reese, have been looking at the dashboard and have been monitoring the dashboard for a while as a parent and also as a trustee. And I appreciate all the work that has happened, and I love to see progress. But I am really concerned that progress does not come to our students who are long-term English learners, students with disability, foster youth. That's a huge concern. And I hope that we don't interfere with any staff who's working to make sure that those students move forward as well with like the other students, because we must move all of our students forward. And we must find ways to make sure that all of our students are moving forward, and we're not leaving anyone behind. So I'm hoping that our district starts to look at what is it that we're doing for other students that it moves them forward, to move all of our different students population forward, and make sure that none of our students are left behind, because I am concerned about those students who we don't see any progress, and then we don't see any movement in the dashboard, and we don't see any progress on the work, because I know that they have the ability. We just need to find ways to support them to make sure that they get what they need to be able to move forward as well. So I'm hoping that we take a look at what is it that is working for other students and what can we do for all of our students to be able to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Adriana. My apologies, I forgot she was on Facebook, I don't know, on Zoom. All right, now with that comment, we'll move on to item number M, public comment on non-agenda matters. We will now take public comment on non-agenda items, or sorry, non-agenda matters. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per speakers. Just recall, the board cannot engage in discussion or take action on any of the items that are not on the agenda, but we do appreciate the public's input.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Turkey. As I know you're all aware, there's been a discussion about the ongoing situation at Prunedale School regarding the heating in 2 of our classrooms. I have been informed that a stopgap solution in the form of a space heater has been deployed, but let's be real, it's not that great of a solution. The morning that the discussion started, I left home to take my kids to school. My car informed me that it was 43 degrees outside. My kids had warm hoodies or jackets, and the classrooms that they were headed to were going to be warmer than the temperature outside. But for some of our classrooms, that isn't the case. I've personally put warm blankets in 4 classrooms across our district. My mom was a blanket hoarder, so I had all these available to me, but I'm now tapped out. Most of the ones that weren't suitable for our classrooms have went off to Hitchcock Animal Shelter. And I'm wondering if we can reach out to the FRC, see if they have some solutions to make this happen until we can find a more permanent one. We know that the previous department leadership dropped the ball on maintenance of key infrastructure items. We made the previous leadership aware of the problems 2 years ago. We were assured that it was handled. Spoilers, it wasn't. The people leading the department today aren't to blame for the last administration's failures, but it's well past time that we get serious about fixing the problems. I know we're counting on a facilities bond to come to our rescue, but what happens if it doesn't pass? Is the hum of the fans in the heat or the chattering of teeth in the cold just going to be the soundtrack of our children's lives for their school year? Or are we going to address the situation in meaningful ways? For the yearly salary that was just approved on tonight's consent agenda, we could have 2, if not more, classroom HVAC systems repaired or replaced. For the low cost of, we've heard that commercial, let's stop running it and make sure that our kids are fed and comfortable in our classrooms. Thank you for your time.
Two things. First, I emailed a link to an editorial that I authored that just appeared in the Monterey Weekly's forum about the importance of math fact fluency. I hope it is a useful reference. Second, I emailed a presentation I gave at Elkhorn School Site Council meeting as an agenda item. Basically, Mrs. Harvey and Mrs. Pennycook, realizing that math fact fluency was an important skill that students were struggling with, screened all students for where they are with math fact fluency. And I helped score the test. I commend Ms. Harvey for several things. First is to have the school site council be more than just a meeting of listening, but a collaboration between the district and the community on actually doing something to address academic achievement issues, which is what the council should be. The second is performing this actual assessment of where students are with math fact fluency for all 4 operations: addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. I have not seen this data reported anywhere. It is not part of what this district does, and it should be, because you assess what you want to improve. Also, it takes courage on Lorraine's part to take action on hard questions. So with addition facts, meaning like 3 + 4 = 7, and again, our state Common Core math standards are explicit in that students are to, quote, know from memory these facts by the end of 2nd grade and define fluency as, quote, fast and accurate, just like with language. The quantification of mastery with addition facts comes from research and is 30 problems correct per minute. This assessment was done at the end of third grade, so the second was where they're required to, and it was found that 87% of students were below 15 problems correct per minute, and not one student had achieved mastery. I strongly suggest that Mrs. Harvey is spotlighting the root cause of the math proficiency issues this district has. I know there's lots for students to learn, but for math, if we pick at least one skill that students come away from second grade with, that would be fluently adding and subtracting. If we pick one skill that students come away from third grade with, that is fluently multiplying and dividing. We fix this and everything else falls into place. I say, and I can back this with research, we implement a program enabling students to achieve this skill. We don't limp along with student math proficiency increasing by 1% per year, but we bring this district to like 60% students proficient, which better represents the potential of kids and families in this community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jordan Caballero, community member and alumni of this school district. Appreciate all the staff and the board. I know you guys work hard and I deserve the Christmas break that's coming up, so I hope everyone enjoys that. Before we go into that break, the reason why I'm here tonight is because I've recently spoken with some teachers and some parents and community members who've expressed concern over potential issues regarding the board, regarding the staff, and the conditions of the facilities at some of our schools. So in the previous administration, we know that there was a big change on the board level. There's a big change in the superintendent, which has been mostly positive. But my fear, and talking to some of these teachers and some of these parents, is that some of those old issues persist, right? Rubber stamping decisions, prioritizing a top-heavy administrative salaries and staff versus teachers in the classroom and issues in the classroom and facilities. So that may not be the case. That's what I'm hearing. I'm just, as a community member, expressing that from legitimate sources, from parents, from teachers. And so if you are considering passing a new bond, the other one failed because there was a lack of trust in the community. So my advice, and I'm happy to lend and volunteer my time in this process, the more you include parents and teachers and community members that are hands-on working with students, that trust will be built. I don't think you'll have any problem passing and getting the funds that you need. But if it's a continuation of the previous style of top-heavy leadership and expenses that aren't explained and facilities that are fading away and children that are freezing in classrooms, it's going to be a hard sell in the community. So if there's a trust that that's not going to be the case, that you're going to involve the community, that the resources are going toward the facilities and towards the children, I think it'll be easy to pass. But if not, it's going to be a struggle and a waste of time and resources. You don't need more consultants. You need the community. Thank you.
Buenas noches, mesa directiva. No se escucha. Buenas noches, mesa, ¿sí se escucha? Buenas noches, mesa directiva, señor Turki. Mi nombre es Antonia, aquí estoy con mis compañeros. Algunos no están presentes, pero otros están por Zoom. Yo sé que están conmigo. Ellos sí pedimos respetuosamente que ciertos personal deje de intentar adminidarnos con comentarios que asisten en que dejemos de compartir nuestras ideas y sugerencias. Deseamos aclarar que nuestras intenciones siempre ha sido la colaboraciones y respetuosos minutos. Reconocemos que ambas partes tenemos muchos que aportar para que este distrito sea el mejor posible. Nuestro mayor interés es seguir siendo los estudiantes. Nuestra voz no será silenciada ni minimizada. Solo deseamos participar activamente, históricamente, y entendemos que nuestras voces siempre han tenido espacio en lugares como este y reconocemos que para algunas personas pueden resultar incómodo, también para nosotros puede serlos porque este proceso es nuevo. Sin embargo, estamos comprometidos a seguir adelante abogando por nuestras comunidades y sembrando un cambio positivo en nuestro sitio educativo. Muchas gracias. Quiero representar mi grupo. Es una sorpresa. Mis compañeros están por Zoom, pero sé que están conmigo. Entonces, esta playera lo mandamos a hacer por enfrente y esta es la parte de atrás.
Sembrando cambio. Muy bien. Sembrando cambio de educación. Muy bien.
Sembrando cambio de educación. Muy bien.
Muy bien. Gracias.
Gracias.
Gracias a usted. ¿Me puedes mostrar lo que tenía apuntado en tu teléfono también para decirlo más precisamente? Good evening, board, Mr. Turkey. My name is Antonia, and I am here representing myself and the rest of my fellow parents who not all are with me. Some are here on Zoom. And I wanted to speak regarding some staff members who have been trying to intimidate us and trying to silence us from offering our suggestions and our comments. We are all here to collaborate. We all have something to offer. We all want to prioritize students, and our voices should not be silenced or minimized. Aquí está. Así. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to follow more accurately what she had written down. We have been offering our input in this active and historical manner. We believe our voice has a place, has a place in this space. Even if our comments and suggestions make some feel uncomfortable, we will continue working for change. And I am here representing my my parent group, and I have a surprise here to show. We've made these t-shirts, and they represent our group, Sembrando Cambio Educativo, which is sowing educational change.
Antonia, if you would check in with Ireri and Curtis. Curtis, Ireri, would you mind checking in with Antonia? Sure. Thank you.
Still open for public comment. So can we give a few seconds more if there's anybody else that would like to come to the podium? That being said, can we move on to see if we have any open comment via Zoom? Seeing as we have nothing on Zoom, public comment is now closed, and the board would like to thank everybody for coming up and speaking to us. We will now move on to item number N, board reports. In this part, trustees provided brief reports of what they've been up to. So let's start off with our student trustee.
Okay, I apologize for having no visuals this week. I was having mishaps with my computer.
As you said, none of us have brought visuals. You've outworked us very much.
You have finals as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of
Good,
rough.
okay.
So sorry. Okay, so as far as updates for the high school, we had a couple national days come up. So last week was our National Pie Day and we had a pie eating contest at lunch. And this past Monday was National Brownie Day, and we were able to give out free brownies to students funded or given to by our nutrition's office. They were able to make us about 150 brownies to give out to students that were within the nutrition guidelines. So that was really appreciated. So shout out to them. We also next week, before our winter break, we have our winter week, Snow Much Spirit. It's basically every day is going to be a dress up day leading up to break, and we're going to start the week off with All Aboard the Polar Express, which is a PJ day, and we're going to have hot chocolate at break for free. As far as for me, personal updates, I was able to attend the student board member part of the CSBA conference last week. I really enjoyed it. It was really fun. I just got to network with other kids from around the state, obviously, and I have my little booklet they gave me. It was basically just kind of like a overview of what our job is as student board members, how we can expand on our positions. And yeah, I did a lot of networking, meeting new kids, kind of like what works in your district, what doesn't, kind of what they do. Finally learned what the LCAP was. Took a while, but it's okay. And yeah, there's a lot of things I noticed there that I really want to bring back. And even if I just get the ball moving, like the ball rolling myself, just having the next board member be able to continue what I start, I guess, would be nice. So I definitely suggest sending the next board members there, student board members there. And then for sports, boys basketball, we have our spirit games, which is the spirit games or the games that ASB tries to get people to attend. We had both girls basketball and boys basketball. We're seeing a lot more attendance with students, with our themes. And we're having the condor out there at halftime. It's just it feels a lot more spirited. I can definitely say that. Yeah, girls basketball has a game right now actually against Aptos. Girls soccer won against Gonzales on the 3rd and played Santa Cruz last night, I believe. And boys soccer played Christopher previously and is playing Seaside next week. And wrestling has a meet just about every Saturday. So good luck to them. Thank you.
Since I forgot that Adriana was on via Zoom, missed calling on her, I will call on Adriana first. Adriana?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. So I know we're going to elect a new board president, so I wanted to make sure that as I conclude my year as the board president, I want to extend my gratitude to our entire community. It has been an honor to serve in this role, and I'm truly thankful for the trust and support of everyone throughout the year. I am grateful for all of you fellow board members for your collaboration, dedication, and willingness to work together, especially on behalf of our students. Thank you to our district leadership, teachers, and staff whose committed and hard work make our school a place where students can learn, grow, and thrive. To our families and community members, thank you for your engagement, your feedback, and your continuing belief in the importance of strong public education. Your partnership is what makes our district truly successful, and we want to continue to see that. Although my term as a board president is ending, and I'm thankful for that, my commitment to our students and community remains strong. I look forward to continuing to support the work of the board and the ongoing progress of our district. And I look forward to our new board president and supporting our new board president to make sure that we focus on student-centered achievement, always remembering that we're here to dedicate ourselves and our work to our students and making sure our students have opportunities for the future and that we're changing generational pathways, that our students have opportunities, and that our students have different options that they can go into. So I look forward to working with all of you and working with our future board president. And I thank our superintendent, Matt. It has been great working with you as a board president. And I look forward to continue to work with you as a board member. And I want to thank the rest of the board for being patient, because it's been a year where we are working to establish systems and establish a way of working together, right? And sometimes it's challenging. I will admit it, that sometimes it's challenging. We may not look at things the same way, but I think that that's what makes us great and unique, that we are able to bring our perspectives, because we do represent different groups, different areas, and that is what makes us great as a team, that we are able to see different areas of our district, because together we can make a great district. Community, please continue to tell us how we can improve. Staff, tell us how we can be better. It's not easy to change from one day to the next one, but trust us that we're listening and we're trying to do what's best for all of us, including our students, which is why we're all here together. So I want to just thank everyone for the wonderful year that we had, challenging year that we had, but also a year of growth. And I hope that we continue to grow together and we continue to make this district an amazing district, because this is a very special district and we all know it. And so I just wanted to take that moment to say that in my board report. So thank you all.
We'll just go this way. Trustee Chavarria?
Okay. Well, we all went to CSBA, and yes, I was so glad that you participated. We too do a lot of networking and learn a lot and collaborate. Every year, I try to pull different workshops, and I really appreciated the budget workshop that we did, obviously the special workshop, and I went to the Proposition 98 workshop, learned a lot about that. A lot of our money comes from that, and it was interesting. So we'll talk later about that. But again, the collaboration and the team and the unity that we did there was also very special. So again, it's important for us to continue to be united, to push forward, like Adriana said, on student-centered decisions, and support the staff and support everyone that needs to help us push forward. So other than that, that's what I have to report.
No report, thank you.
Mr. Diaz?
I went to the CSBA annual education conference from Monday to Thursday. It's my first one that I went to since being here. I liked it a lot. I'm glad I went. Learned a lot from other districts, how successful other districts are, and what they're doing and how they made it work. And then I've been volunteering at Prunedale School all week for the holiday shop that the kids get to shop if they want, and buy their family presents, their brothers and sisters, aunts, uncles, mom and dad, and all the family and stuff like that. Coming up, there's an Artichoke Festival committee meeting at the rec center on Tuesday at 6:30. So anyone that wants to go participate and be involved in the Artichoke on September 5th of 2026 should go. And right there at the rec center, we're almost finalizing approving pickleball courts, futsal, outdoor futsal courts, and batting cages finally in Castroville. We're doing a lot of things there. Tomorrow we're having a ribbon cutting. I don't know what the purpose is, but it's for the Narcan machine that I advocated for, and we finally got for anyone that wants to have it on hand for emergencies. It's there. I did a little video on it on YouTube and Instagram. And on Monday, I went to make tamales in the morning, and it was packed. And it was my first time, believe it or not, ever making tamales. And it was easy. And then later on in the night, I went and they were painting on canvas and eating tamales, and then Santa came for the kids, and it was super fun. This Saturday is a rec center snow day at the rec center, and also I think the middle school is gonna have a posada there at the same time, so it's gonna be a real fun day. I think it starts at 1. So I know it's gonna be packed for sure, without a doubt. And lastly, just enjoying watching my daughter's girls basketball and the girls basketball team. Luckily, I saw the schedule and they're not really on Thursdays that much, just like 2 of them. Tonight was one, but they won tonight by 2 points, 40-38, and the other night they beat Monterey High at Monterey High, so they're looking pretty good. And that's it.
It's funny. I'll just add to it. We went to the CSBA conference. Highlights for me that I'll talk in later board meetings was going to CTE workshops. Very, very informative. The big one was to see all 5 of us show up. It has been a challenging year, won't lie. And yeah, I'm sorry, not as awesome as Adriana, where she said it was a great year. No, it wasn't. It was a very challenging year, but growth is uncomfortable. Trying to change the culture and move in different ways is hard, but everybody was on it. I hope for the next school year that we just all, that CSBA conference was good because it felt like it was a great reset. And it was a great chance for all of us to be on board. Students first over what we want. Because we have 5 very, very passionate people on this board who are trying to get to represent our constituents, and sometimes our ideas clash. And I'm hoping with hindsight, I'm guilty of this too, disagreement does not mean attacking, doesn't mean that we dislike each other, it just means a disagreement. Hopefully we could, as a new resolution, provide a positive example to our students of how we should be acting instead of being the way we have been, guilty. What I also asked for the community, my style, I'm great at phone calls, not so great at emails. I love meeting with people. I stay away from social media because I believe it to be very toxic and not healthy. And just not a good place. That's my opinion, my style. But I'd love to talk to anybody. As many who can contest, I've spent many nights speaking to constituents and concerned members till midnight or 1 a.m. about every topic, from math fact fluency to math fact fluency and to, I think, some other math fluency into other things too. But I look forward to being in a different role and really getting to do more advocacy. And like I said, it was just very exciting to see all 5 of us just be together, and it was a really good time. And my goal is for next year, because I have a friend in a different school district. Their board and superintendent worked so close together that the superintendent drove all 5 trustees up together in the same vehicle. Yes, they're that tight. So the hope is Matt can squeeze all 5 of us in his Tesla. And we can enjoy another experience like that, because it really showed a lot of growth. It was very inspiring to see where we're going based on that convention. So I'm glad you got to go to see how important students are and how much we really value what you say and your opinion was. And we want to keep growing this student trustee to be even more active and have a greater role. Because I know in the past it wasn't seen that way when I started teaching here, but It's evolved so much over the past 5 years. And the way you've been working hard too, is just very exciting to see how we can make it go further. So we look forward to hearing your ideas of what you learned up there. And with that being done, we will close item N, and move over to item O, superintendent's reports.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll go straight to the next slide. And so you'll be able to see a picture of what our board unity looks like right here at CSBA. And so this is a picture of what you can expect for the year on. And I do like your framing, Trustee DeMarco, around CSBA being like a reset. Okay, it's like a reset. Okay, and so I am looking forward to the new year. I am looking forward to us all working together in unison. Okay, and next slide, please. Okay, I want to give congratulations to our most recent Questbridge Scholar recipient, Jose Gomez.
Oh, wow.
So Jose has just received a full ride scholarship to the University of Notre Dame in South Bend, Indiana. Let's give it up for Jose. Next slide, please. Okay, so we recently on a CTE tour, we had the opportunity to see the CTE class in their very first tour of the professional kitchen here at the high school. And it's almost like, oh my gosh, shock alert, right? Our folks in the culinary class can learn about culinary right here at the high school because they have some professionals like making food like right here. And so they've been going over to the high school kitchen, and here you can see they're doing their hands-on learning within the professional kitchen, right? Under the auspices of our professionals here. So that's really great. And I want to thank Ms. Fertig there, and I want to thank Sandra Ritten for making that happen. Okay, so yeah, nice job. Next slide, please. Okay, so our LCAP, this is our guide. Okay, so our LCAP is essentially what guides us as a district. It's our plan. And we want to continually get feedback on our plan. So how's it going, right? How's it going in terms of academics? How's it going in terms of student engagement? How's it going in terms of parent engagement, staff engagement? And to get that input, we really need folks to fill out our survey. Okay, and we're looking at our survey results right now, and to come to our LCAP advisory committee meetings where we go through things and we get folks' feedback. So this was just run very recently, actually, while we were at CSBA. And I want to thank Dr. Garcia for running that along with staff. And we got a lot of good input there. So thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, so the community connection. This is the tamales morning, which I missed, gosh darn it, because I was not well. I think I got sick during CSBA. But I heard all about it. It did sound really fun. I was actually looking forward to making tamales because I've never done one. And Rick was telling me that it was really fun and really easy. So I wish I'd been there. However, it'll have to be next time that I enjoy the tamales instead. Next slide, please. And the community salsa night, yes, there were 2 different types of salsa.
Really?
Yeah.
Mild and spicy?
3 then. Okay, the dancing, the mild, and the spicy, maybe 4. Okay, 2 of each. So yeah, looking forward to more nights like that. And next slide, please. Okay, so we've been doing a bit of an attendance campaign. And part of this attendance campaign is this video. So if you're not sure, as a student or as a parent, if the let's see, the incident or whatever's happening in your life would be an excused absence or an unexcused absence, if you should come to school or if you should stay at home, watch this video.
I didn't get
Right.
This was on social media, right?
Mhm.
Let's see, it's cute.
And this is made by our staff over at the Family Resource Center.
Yeah, I'm speaking up one voice. We're gonna rock the house. Yeah, the party's on now. Everybody. That's funny.
Okay, very good. And lastly, we're going to be doing our team spotlight. So you've heard a lot about the math curriculum materials adoption, which we're going through. And this is meant that there's a team of teachers here who are the math leadership team for the curriculum adoption, who've been working very hard combing through math curriculum, looking at pros, looking at cons, and seeing what is going to best meet the needs of our students. So we're going to give it up for the math leadership team. Okay, so thank you, math leadership team. And that is it for the superintendent report.
Great. Thank you, Beth. So now we'll move on to item P, CSEA Chapter 6 Representative Report. At this time, if we have classified here, we invite them to the front. Seeing as there are none, we'll close item P and move on to item Q, North Monterey County Federation of Teachers Representative Report. So we will now hear from North Monterey County Federation of Teachers Representative, Ms. Turner.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Sarah Turner. I'm the Vice President of the Teachers Union and a second grade teacher at Prunedale. I first wanted to address the Prunedale teachers without heat issue because that's my classroom. My classroom has been without heat for more than a year. The classroom next door to mine has been without heat for 3 years. What had been the case, because last year when my heat finally failed, the district bought me space heaters. Up to this point, I would come in the morning, the room would be very cold, but I would turn the space heaters on. And by the time the children came, it was acceptable in terms of heat. What happened last week is just that it was bone chillingly cold. And the space heaters in my classroom and my next door neighbor's classroom were struggling so much to try to work in that condition that we blew all the electric in the wing. So then suddenly we not only didn't have heat, which didn't really kick on like the whole day, but my projector went out, everything else because we blew the electric in that particular wing. There are only 4 classrooms in Prunedale that have those heaters on the roof. The rest of the permanent wings have a heater in the corner of the room. These particular 4 were built at a different time, so they look the same from the outside, but it's a different system. It was incredibly cold, just so that if you get questions about was it really that cold, it was really that cold. I was bundled up and I was freezing while I was teaching. The district has worked really hard in the interim time trying to come up with a solution. We're not there yet. It may be a better situation a little bit when I go back tomorrow. I have been working for the past week with a generator outside my classroom, so you can imagine the noise level, because the generator is what is able to keep my space heaters on because the electrical can't handle the load of the space heaters. So what they were trying to do this weekend has not yet happened, maybe happened after I left today, was that they were actually trying to put some additional electrical into the room to be able to have the space heaters be able to function without the generators outside. What I would recommend, what I have asked for, not just for myself, but for all of the teachers in the district, there are people like me who have a major facilities issue that we've put forward for a long time. And I feel like with transitions that things have, I don't know the extent to which me not having heat was on someone's radar. I know that my neighbors was a little bit more on someone's radar because it's just been a longer term issue, but we just need to go through and talk who doesn't have heat. Where do we have leaks? We have a leak over the copy room at Prunedale that we deal with every time that it rains. So there's just some basic things that we need to go through. Giving the staff access to a Kita box I wasn't for it or against it. We need some kind of system, as I've asked for. But when I talked to my head custodian, who's amazing, I said, is this making your life easier or more difficult? And she said, it's a problem because things aren't going through me. So the district team is coming out to deal with things that I could deal with. And then they're not dealing with, they don't have time to deal with things that only they should have the expertise to deal with. So we need some kind of better flow chart of everything needs to go to the custodian at the site, and then, you know, does it need to go up from there? But then also accountability back to the people in terms of, yes, this is, I turned in your request. So we're not there yet. I'm hoping for one. So that is my thing in regards to my cold classroom. In regards to facilities and bonds, I've mentioned to many people, I was one of the chairs of the successful bond committee in Santa Rita. I'm happy to share my expertise and talk about what we did there. We needed 55% of the vote. We got 61%. And we worked like dogs to get it, but it was absolutely worth it. Yesterday, I was at a ribbon cutting for an additional new wing at John Gutierrez Middle School. So the sixth graders at John Gutierrez Middle School will all be in a new wing after Christmas. So please, I would love to share my expertise in regards to that. Second, in regards to budget, more than a year ago, the teachers union gave a list to the district talking about 20 kind of big ticket items that we don't feel like are reaching kids or having an impact, or basically sort of saying, hey, this job position, we don't know what it does and it's not impacting our kids. I understand that there's a budget committee meeting that's happening, and I absolutely wish people the best. My personal experience on being on budget committee meetings in this district has been, it can be very difficult when you're sitting there, sitting next to somebody whose job you feel like is not helping kids, to be able to say, hey, that program's not being effective. So I feel like there needs to be discussion between district leadership and union leadership behind closed doors, district leadership and admins, kind of in a one-on-one basis, just to give people the freedom to say, hey, we've had this position for 3 years and I don't see a change in what we're doing. Why is it still there? The last thing that I want to talk about is my previous experience with fact finding, as we are now heading to fact finding. I want the board to be very aware of that fact finding is a very much a misnomer to that process. Fact finding is not about finding facts. I've been through it multiple times. To me, it's about getting people in a room and locking them in and forcing them to come to a deal. That's been my experience, and I've been through it multiple times. It's not necessarily the best way to do business. It's also very expensive in terms of who you're paying for. Are you paying for experts to come in to talk to this fact finder who's not really going to care what those people have to say at all? My plea is for us to get together and actually talk. I went home from our mediation session with the state mediator physically ill, and was physically ill at home for many hours because of my disappointment and stress about that particular day. If you're not talking, you can't possibly come to a solution. So right now we're not talking. At some point, we may be locked in with a really expensive person and get a deal that we could have got for free without destroying relationships. Because right now we're on the expensive destroys relationships road. I'd like to get off of that road into the solves problems collaboratively, builds relationships road. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will now move to item R, annual organization of the board. And, I want to verify, is Adriana still on Zoom? Okay. So we will move to R1, election of the board president for 2026.
Okay,
I mean, I got a script too.
I'm sorry.
Or you want to take over? I have a script also.
I think this is where I do it.
You do? Okay.
Yeah, so item R, the organization of the school board is done by the superintendent. And so, and is Adriana on Zoom still? Is that a yes? Very good. Okay, so first item here is the election of the board president for 2026. And so first of all, I'm going to open it up to the board for, are there any nominees? So I'm looking for a nomination for board president.
Okay, I will nominate Sandra Reese.
Sandra Ruiz is one nominee for board president. Are there any other nominations for board president?
Going once, twice.
Hearing none, I'm going to call for a roll call vote. I'm going to start with Adriana.
Yes.
Martha.
Yes.
Angelo.
Aye.
Sandra.
Yes.
Rick.
Yes.
Adriana, I failed. I'm sorry. I should have said you first. Your yeah.
Well, he actually did.
I did. Your vote as well, Adriana.
Aye.
Okay, so congratulations, Sandra Ruiz, on becoming the next board president. Okay, next item is the election of the board vice president 2026. So once again, I'm going to open it up to the board. Are there any nominations for vice president?
Yes, I'd like to nominate trustee Diaz.
Trustee Diaz. Okay, are there any other nominations for board vice president?
I'd like to nominate Martha.
Martha. Okay. Are there any other nominations for board vice president?
I nominate Martha.
Okay, Martha. Okay. Okay, I will move forward with the vote. But before I do,
Can I have a point of order?
oh, of course,
Do you have to accept the nomination or?
you do have to accept the nomination. So, Trustee Diaz, do you accept the nomination?
Well, no.
For
But
vice president?
yeah, so what do you mean? I have to accept it? What do you?
No, I feel confident as a board of nominating trustee Diaz, but it's up to him if he wants to accept the nomination.
Yeah, I don't want to accept it.
Okay.
Okay, so then in that case, there is currently only one nomination for the board vice president, which is Martha. I'm just going to open it up and they open. Are there any other nominations for board vice president?
I nominate Trustee Diaz.
No, she didn't hear, so.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Adriana, just to clarify, Trustee Diaz has declined the nomination.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so in that case, I'm going to go ahead for a roll call vote, and I'm going to start with our student board member. And the motion here is to vote for Martha Chavarria as the vice president.
Aye.
Okay, Rick.
Aye.
Sandra.
Aye.
Angelo.
Aye.
Martha.
I guess, yeah.
And Adriana.
Yes.
Okay, so Martha will be our board vice president for the next school year. The next one is the election of a clerk of the board for 2026. So once again, I'm asking for any nominations.
No.
I nominate Angelo DeMarco.
Okay, Angelo, do you accept the nomination?
Aye.
Okay, are there any other nominations for the clerk of the board? Hearing none, we're going to go to a roll call vote, and we're going to go to Adriana, our student board member first.
Aye.
Rick?
Aye.
Sandra? Angelo?
Nay.
Okay. Martha? And Sandra online.
You mean Adriana?
Okay. Adriana online. And Adriana, it's up to you to vote for Angelo to become the clerk of the board.
Yes.
Okay, the ayes have it, 4-1. Congratulations, Angelo, on being the clerk. The next one is actually pretty straightforward. It's to appoint the superintendent to serve as the secretary to the board. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
And then we'll do a roll call vote. Adriana?
Aye.
Rick?
Aye.
Sandra?
Aye.
Angelo?
Aye.
Martha?
Aye.
And Adriana online?
Aye.
Okay, so moved. The superintendent will be serving as the secretary to the board. The next is to appoint the board representative to serve on the organizational boards on behalf of North Monterey County Unified School District. There are 3 such boards. So give me just a second to pull those up. Okay, so there can be 2 representatives on each. The first one is the Mission Trails ROP CTE Joint Powers Association. Do I have any nominations for board members to serve on this board?
So I nominate, huh?
Point of order.
Yes.
Last time people volunteered
Mhm.
themselves. We didn't vote.
That's
Am
correct.
I remembering correctly?
Yeah, it's good memory.
I think that it is it does have to be approved, so you can volunteer
Okay.
and then say, hey, I'd like volunteer, I volunteer, and then we vote on that.
Well, I'll let you know. Adriana just texted someone else and myself, but internet issues, but she wants to be on the JPA
Okay.
and a committee about the manual for the library.
Okay, so then Adriana would like to be on the JPA. Do I have another volunteer for the JPA?
I would like to see that once.
Okay. Okay.
As an alternate.
Okay. So Adriana and Angelo for the JPA. This is what we're going to be voting on, and we'll take a roll call vote. Adriana, still starting with yourself.
Aye.
Rick.
Aye.
Sandra.
Aye.
Angelo.
Aye.
Martha.
Aye.
And Adriana.
She's having internet issues.
Okay. So the ayes have it. That will be both Adriana and Angelo on the JPA for Mission Trails. The next one is the Community Human Services Joint Powers Association. Any volunteers for this board?
I would like to. I've never done this one before, but.
Yeah, point of order though. I just wanted
There could
to.
be 2 of us, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just wanted to say that I don't mind anyone else doing it as long as, because it means a lot and it's 12 months a year. So if you're gonna make 12 months a year, I have no problem with it.
They go once a month?
100% they go once a month.
Okay.
Yeah. And if you can't make it, I'll go. So it's
Yeah, I'll need your backup on that one for sure.
okay. Yeah, I'm free.
I've been alternate. He's when he can't show up.
Oh, I've gone to every single one for the
That's
past
awesome.
2 years. Yeah, yeah.
Awesome.
Okay.
So yeah,
I definitely want to get into
you'll like
that
it.
one.
Yeah,
Okay.
for sure.
Okay. So then who would the main be then?
I would-
Martha. Oh no, I thought you said you wanted to.
I do, but I mean, I don't know. I didn't know it was once a month.
Yeah, it's once a month, 100%
like-
once a month.
That's why I was the alternate.
But I mean, but can't we both go if I can go?
I
It only has to be one?
I believe that this is you're a voting.
Yeah,
member.
I mean, it's
So
only 2
you're
of
the
us.
member, but I'll try to go to every one, but I want you to be
Oh,
the
okay.
primary.
Okay, then we'll
Okay.
do that.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Rick would be the
Because I've never
primary.
been and I want to go.
Martha would be the alternate,
Okay.
and this is going to go for a roll call vote. Starting with Adriana.
Aye.
Rick.
Aye.
Sandra.
Yeah, aye.
Aye.
Martha.
Aye.
And Adriana, if you're online. Okay, so the ayes have it, and this would be Rick as the main, and then Martha as the second. The next one is for the Monterey County School Boards Association. And this is the executive board, and generally this is the president who serves on this one.
Yeah, because they're all presidents in that one.
So are there any volunteers of the, okay, so Sandra. Would there be an alternate? That would generally be the vice president.
Maybe the vice president.
I've done this before, but I'll do it again, yeah, as an
Okay.
alternate.
Okay, so then the primary would be Sandra, and then the alternate would be Martha.
Okay.
And roll call vote, Adriana,
Aye.
Rick,
Aye.
Sandra,
Aye.
Angelo,
Aye.
Martha,
Aye.
and Adriana. Okay, the ayes have it again. That is it for this item. We're going to go on to the next item, item number 6, which is around the various committees. So these are board committees which we run. Okay. And the first one here, again, we'll be asking for up to 2 volunteers for each one, and then we'll be voting on each one. Number 1 is the LCAP committee. Any volunteers for the LCAP committee? I see Angelo's hand. I see Sandra's hand. So Angelo and
No.
okay, I see Angelo and Sandra, and I'll go for a roll call vote. Adriana,
Aye.
Rick,
Aye.
Sandra, Angelo,
Aye.
Martha.
Aye.
Okay, so that would be Sandra and Angelo on the LCAP. Next one is the DLAC committee.
I would say, oh,
I was going to, Adriana's online, but her mic is not connecting.
Okay.
So ELAC is
DLAC is the District English Language Advisory Committee.
yeah, she wanted to be on. You have 2 members. I think she wanted to be on that one.
Okay, so Adriana would like to be on the DLAC. Do we have another volunteer for DLAC?
Martha.
I would too.
Martha, okay. So Martha and Adriana. We're going to go for another roll call vote.
Aye.
We'll start with Adriana.
Sorry.
Rick, no, you got ahead of me. It's all good.
Aye.
You knew where I was going. It's yeah, it becomes predictable, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Throw it up. Yes.
Martha,
Yes.
okay. And Adriana, if you're able to. Okay, the ayes still have it. Okay, and next one is the Facilities Advisory Committee.
No, it's the budget.
Oh, no, isn't, I'm sorry, I missed one. The Budget Advisory Committee. Any volunteers for the Budget Advisory Committee? I see Sandra,
Yeah, me too.
Sandra and Martha. And again, we'll go through our roll call. Adriana,
Aye.
Rick,
Aye.
Sandra,
Aye.
Angelo,
Aye.
Martha.
Aye.
Okay, the ayes have it. And next is the Facilities Advisory Committee.
Someone else wants to do it. I've been doing it every year. I mean, it's an important one.
So you're saying you have a lot of experience here.
No,
Martha.
no. But won't always have them, so hopefully they will.
Rick wants to do it.
Yeah, I'll do it, but if anyone wants to do it, they could do it. Okay.
Very happy to rock it.
Okay, then I'll do it then.
Okay. And we can have just one, that is okay. We can have up to 2.
Be the alternate.
Okay. Okay, so Rick and Sandra for the Facilities Advisory Committee. And let's go for a roll call vote. Adriana,
Aye.
Rick,
Aye.
Sandra,
Aye.
Angelo,
Aye.
Martha.
Aye.
Okay, and next one is the Wellness Committee.
I'm interested in that one. I've never done that one.
Okay. So Martha and any others? Okay. Hearing none, then it will just be Martha. Roll call vote. Adriana,
Aye.
Rick,
Aye.
Sandra,
Aye.
Angelo,
Aye.
Martha.
Aye.
Okay. Next one is the Special Education Committee.
No, at the athletics.
No, it's not. It's the Athletics Committee. Athletics Committee. Any volunteers?
I volunteer.
So Rick, any others?
I'll volunteer.
Rick and Sandra for the Athletics Committee. Roll call vote. Adriana,
Aye.
Rick,
Aye.
Sandra,
Aye.
Angelo,
Aye.
Martha.
Aye.
Okay. Then the next one is the Special Education Committee.
I'm only saying this because Adriana gave me the list. She wanted SPED, policy, and Benjamin Library.
Okay.
So SPED.
Okay, so Adriana for SPED. Any others?
Isn't Martha say aye?
No, no.
Oh, is
I did wellness.
Hearing none.
there anybody else? I'll be an alternate.
Okay, okay. So that'll be Adriana and Angelo for special education, and we'll go for roll call vote. Adriana?
Aye.
Rick?
Aye.
Sandra?
Aye.
Angelo?
Aye.
Martha?
Aye.
Very good. Next one is the policy committee.
It's my baby. Sorry.
I see Angelo.
So, and with her law background, Adriana said you want to do policy, so.
Okay, so Angelo and Adriana. Okay, roll call vote.
Aye.
Rick?
Aye.
Sandra? Angelo?
Aye.
Martha?
Aye.
And then our last one is the committee to name the high school library. And I hear Adriana would want to be on that one.
Well, yeah, since it was her mentor, she wants to be the lead. I'm curious on how it runs, but I'm joining everything else, but I'd like to be an alternate.
Okay. Okay, so Adriana and Angelo for the committee to name the high school library. Roll call vote. Adriana?
Aye.
Rick?
Aye.
Sandra? Angelo?
Aye.
Martha?
Aye.
Okay.
Point
so-
of order, just on the whole number 6. If I had an idea on a new committee, when would I bring that up? Because I think a couple of people would be interested too.
Okay, you would bring it up at the end of the meeting where it says, hey, you know, are there any other items?
Okay.
Because we'd have to agendize it. And then you'd say, hey, I want to have committee XYZ, right? And then we'd have to agendize it for the next board meeting, Rick, and then we would vote on it.
Sweet, thank you.
All right. Okay, so that is the end of this. And this is where we hand the gavel over to Sandra. And so, so Sandra, congratulations on being board president. This is where you take over.
Really different, but fighting to give it.
Yeah, that's true. Great. Well, I want to begin by thanking Adriana for her service as board president and Angelo for serving as vice president and Martha as clerk. Thank you for serving our board during the 2025 year. I hope to work collaboratively and to work towards the mission of the school district, which is to make sure every student's getting what they need. So thank you for your faith in me, even if it is by default, we'll all work together to get there, right? Okay, so let's go to the next item on the agenda, which is discussion.
Want a recess so we can,
Would you like a recess?
so we can move your,
I'm okay here.
I got a recess.
Of course. There's a motion on the floor
Second.
for a resource. Second, all in favor?
For how long?
5-minute recess?
Okay, I guess so.
5
Will
minutes.
that
I
work?
feel like I'm in a car ride with my mom. So, yeah, 5 minutes.
5
Here we
minutes?
go, 5 minutes.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And turn on the button. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I'm going to be calling the meeting back to order. We're going to begin with item S1, approve the 2025-2026 first interim financial report and positive financial solvency certification.
Don't we have more on annual organization of the board, number 7?
Sorry, could you say that again?
The annual organization of the board that we still have 3 more
Thank
things.
you. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you, Rick, for calling us.
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, I hadn't finished my part over here. Thank you, Rick. Really appreciate that. Okay, so number 7, apologies, everybody. This is to amend the regular board meeting schedule for 2026. We see the dates down there. Essentially, it's on a 2-week schedule, the 2nd and the 4th Thursday of the month, with the exception of July and December, where there is only 1 meeting per month. Do I have a motion?
I motion.
Do we have a second?
A second.
Okay, and roll call.
Aye.
Adriana, Rick,
Aye.
Martha,
Aye.
Sandra,
Aye.
Angelo.
Aye.
Okay, and that passes. Next one is number 8. To approve
Apologies.
resolution number 2025-2614, authorizing board member travel. Do I have a motion to approve?
I motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Rick, second.
Rick seconded, so that was motioned by Martha, seconded by Rick, and roll call vote, please. Adriana,
Aye.
Rick,
Aye.
Martha,
Aye.
Sandra,
Aye.
and Angelo.
Aye.
And that passes. Next one is number 9, approve resolution number 2025-2615, authorize agents to sign school orders. And this is essentially that the superintendent and assistant superintendent of business division and director of fiscal services are able to sign all fiscal related transactions to manage the day-to-day operations of the district. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so it was motion by Rick and seconded by Martha, and roll call vote, please. Adriana,
Aye.
Rick,
Aye.
Martha,
Aye.
Sandra,
Aye.
and Angelo.
Aye.
And last one here, number 10, is approved resolution 2025-2616, authorizing agents to sign employment contracts. And the folks who'd be signing the employment contracts would be myself as superintendent and the assistant superintendent of human resources. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
And Rick, thank you.
I
And
second.
Martha, thank you so much. And roll call vote, please. Adriana,
Aye.
Rick,
Aye.
Martha,
Aye.
Sandra,
Aye.
and Angelo.
Aye.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, so really, we are now handing it over to you, Sandra.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Okay, so we are going to move on to item S, discussion, and our first item on the agenda is to approve first interim financial report and positive financial solvency certification.
Good evening, board, and good evening, community. We are here to report on the first interim report. I'm gonna go ahead and have Rihanna start us off. Good evening, board. Today we'll be presenting the first interim budget report for 25-26 fiscal year. This report gives us an updated financial picture for the district. We'll review key indicators, trends, and next steps to ensure ongoing fiscal stability. Today we'll be covering the first interim report and why it's required, the budget, our annual budget reporting cycle, ADA updates and its impacts, the general fund revenues, expenditures, and balances, other district funds, our multi-year projections, and our next steps moving forward. Our first interim is a required mid-year financial check-in. It compares our adopted budget and allows us to update the budget based on more up-to-date data. The data the data on the first interim is through October 31st, and it must be submitted to the county office by December 15th. This process confirms we're on track, identifies emerging risks, and ensures timely budget adjustments. In this slide, you'll see again our budget reporting cycle, and where the arrow indicates is we are now presenting our first interim here today. Our ADA is our most important funding source. And so I want to talk a little bit today about updates to our ADA. In terms of our ADA, our funding is for our LCFF comes from our ADA. So any changes to our ADA truly impact us. In 2023-24, we actually received a audit finding for independent study. And originally, when we received the independent study audit finding, it was going to be 114.12 in terms of the impact to ADA, and it would have had a financial impact of about 1.8 total just for fiscal year 23-24. When I received that, I, of course, started the process to appeal. I am happy to report that I was able to appeal it and reduce the impact that it was going to have to our district. I appealed it to reduce it to 40.27 in terms of the ADA, and the impact in terms of the financial impact to LCFF is about 660 for the fiscal year 23-24. These are the numbers that you see. So in the very top chart, you see the reduction, the before reduction. So you can see in 23-24, we had 84.73, and then the one below that says funded LCFF. That number is actually based on the 3 years prior. And then if you go to the chart below that, after reduction, you can see that the 23-24 ADA was reduced to 44.46. Now, unfortunately, what happens in a school district is that an ADA impact will actually impact us for the next 3 years because we are funded on a 3-year average. Now, we can be funded on a P2 number if our P2 numbers do increase, but at the moment, our P2 numbers are lower than our 3-year average. So what that means is it means that not only are we going to be impacted by the 23-24 reductions, but it actually leaks into our 24-25 ADA. And we will have to have a repayment of LCFF for those for 24-25 as well. And it also means that for 25-26, we will have to reduce our LCFF because the 3-year average will actually reduce our ADA. Unfortunately, this is not good news to report, but we had to make these reductions in our budget in order to ensure that we were not including revenues that we knew we were going to have to repay. So what does this mean? That means that for our total revenue loss, just specifically for this finding, it's about $1 million, about just short of that, about 990. It also means, however, like I said, that we had to reduce our 25-26. In our adopted and our 45-day, we were actually utilizing the advanced apportionment, which included a higher ADA number for our funding formula. And now we know that our numbers are lower. So that means that I had to reduce our total LCFF aggregate by about $3.4 million, which is a significant impact to our unrestricted dollars. I'll talk more a little about that when I discuss revenues. So when I move into revenues for our general fund, you'll see right on here that I split up our unrestricted and our restricted dollars. So the biggest impact that we had in our general fund revenues, as I mentioned, is a 3.4 reduction to our LCFF. This is a significant reduction and a significant hit to our district. In terms, I do have some good news to report. In our restricted dollars, we did also increase.
We increased by 2 additional new one-time restricted sources of funding. One of them is called a Student Support Professional Development Block Grant. And we also received the Literacy Coaches and Reading Specialist Grant program. These make up about $2.4 million. The additional dollars that we received in restricted are from ACES dollars, which is after school program, as well as some Title I dollars. The summary of this is that we lost ongoing unrestricted dollars. And yes, we did have an increase in restricted dollars, but they are one time primarily, and they are restricted. And there are rules for how we have to utilize these dollars. This chart just shows you, I mean, that big column at the very, very top. The majority of our LCFF, our revenues come from LCFF. So as I mentioned, any changes to that really does impact our district. Just a visual representation.
Taking a look at our expenditures, the chart will show that a majority of our expenditures currently sit in our salaries and our benefits, approximately 93%. The 7% is distributed among the 4,000s are books and supplies, 5,000s operate services and other operating expenditures, 6,000s capital outlay and equipment, and 7,000s other outgoing expenses. Something to note here is that we are a high need district. However, the 93% is higher than average. Is there anything you want to add here?
I'll just add that the 93 versus a 7 is just based on revenue. Of course, we have additional expenses on here because we are utilizing our reserve. So if you back that out, it does change the numbers. But if you compare it just to our revenue, it is still a high amount of our overall budget.
The next slide is also, again, just another visual representation, so you can see it in a different way. Again, the expenditures, most of them sit in our salaries and our benefits, with the category of, the second category being our services and other operating expenditures. For these are, which include expenses like utilities, repairs, leases for items like printers, professional development, and contracts for services. And then the category that follows that is our books and supplies, which include items such as curriculum, materials for classrooms and events, and reference materials. And a lot of these items are the items that you see throughout our school sites. After taking a look at our revenues and expenditures, it brings us to our fund balances. Currently, you'll see that our fund balance is 8.2 million, which is a decrease from the last time we presented our budget. And again, that's like Brenda mentioned, due to the loss of LCFF funding. Our restricted, our balance, sits in our unrestricted bucket. You'll see that in the restricted column, we don't have an ending fund balance because we obligated all of those dollars to our programs, and because our priority is to make sure that we spend those dollars by the end of the fiscal year. Again, another visual representation. And when you look at that last column at the bottom for our ending fund balance, again, you'll see that the ending fund balance sits in our unrestricted bucket. Moving to our deficit, which I've spoken about before. If we look at it just like this, it is a bit of a scary number. We can see that the total when we combine both unrestricted and restricted is 19 million. I do want to do a little bit more of a breakdown. So if we look at our unrestricted and we back out some of our one-time costs, such as our capital projects, view boards, things of that nature, that actually changes our unrestricted to about 8.5, and our restricted, looking at reducing our restricted by our one-time funding, would be about 3.4. That brings us to about 12 million. That is still a significant deficit. And as you will see when I do the multi-year, which I believe that speaks to a need for change.
I'll switch, I guess.
Um, just to touch on our other district funds. The district also manages other funds such as restricted programs, nutrition services, and capital projects. Some of these funds, just to give an example, we have Fund 11 for adult education, 12 for child nutrition. Each fund has its own requirements and must remain solvent. I don't know if there's anything I can share. Yeah. As of now, the only ones that are currently encroaching from our general fund are Fund 14, which is our deferred maintenance. We do contribute regularly to it. You can see that currently this fiscal year, we contribute about 300,000 because they had a pretty healthy balance of about 788,000. And our Fund 40, we've spoken about, currently we have a contribution in there about 3.2 million. So now when we look at our multi-year report, if we look at our 25-26, there's a small reduction there. That doesn't mean that we can't make it a higher reduction, but that would leave us with a balance of about 7 million. And so just I want to talk about why is that different than the 8 million that you saw in the previous slide. When I do SACs and I enter in the multi-year, we have to enter at least 1% for settlements, whether it's true or not, it's just for the projection. So we had to put it on there just so that it changes it. They want to have a number in there. That's why that number is slightly different. Now for 26-27, you can see the reductions are large. It's about 11 million. In order for us to have sufficient enough of a ending balance, that will take us to 27-28 in order to remain solvent. We already know that the further you go out, the further questions there are, right? Because we don't know where we will be in those years. But what we do know is that currently our expenses are higher than our revenue, which means that we cannot currently meet all of our obligations without our reserve, which is why I'm very grateful for our reserve. So let's talk a little bit about next steps. When we talk about next steps, we want to make sure that we're spending the money where it most matters. So we want to focus on the most crucial of our programs. Of course, we always want to impact the classroom the least amount possible, but I do want to talk about the reality that we will likely have to, we will have to make reductions in every single one of those buckets. It won't be one bucket completely. It will be a combination of each and every single bucket. In order for us to be able to make changes to our ongoing expenses. And at this point, I do believe that it is not optional. It's going to be required. We're just going to have to decide where we're going to cut and how we're going to cut. That's it. That was a tough thing to end on, but thank you.
Thank you, Brenda and Brianna. Next, is there any member of the board that has a clarifying question? Sure, we'll start with.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
if you're on, no, good, I have that.
Oh, okay.
It's usually good.
I do have a question. Obviously the 13 million is alarming, right? I know we were at 9 million, the last interim report. How did we get a positive certification?
Yes, the reason we have a positive certification is due to reductions. So if I had not entered reductions, we would not have a positive certification. And part of the multi-year projection is that we have to plan to decrease our deficit. If we didn't do anything completely, then yes, we would not be positive.
So what you're saying is, because it's the county, right?
Correct.
That verifies all this number, and then either, what are the three categories? It's
Positive, negative, and
negative, and what?
Qualifying.
And qualifying. And we got positive because you provided a plan.
Correct.
That we're gonna have all this reduction.
We would have to have
to meet that 13 million deficit.
Correct. We would have to implement changes in the next 2 years in order to ensure solvency.
And if we didn't have a plan, and we weren't having sufficient cash flow or sufficient ending balance to meet our 3%, then that's when we would have involvement from the county. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Rick, did you have any clarifying questions?
I know.
Adriana? No, okay, next we're gonna move on to public comment. Does any member of the public have a comment?
Oh, Cassandra Quaylar, second grade teacher, lifelong resident of Prunedale, Castroville. I feel like every year, every time a budget report comes out, I cannot believe I have to stand up here and write all these numbers down and do this math and listen to the same thing every time. So I'm here again. I stayed for this. I was pulling up the budget reports, the unaudited actuals from 24-25. Our revenue last year, again, these are your unaudited actuals. The revenue was 93.6 million. The expenditures were 97.8 million. We did deficit spend. The union really actually encouraged that because of the big $30 million reserve. That is really upsetting. We wanted money to be spent out of that reserve. Thank goodness it was. Then, with those unaudited actuals came the budget for this year. The district was expecting to get $88.6 million in revenue. Planned to spend 92.5 million. Planning to deficit spend about 4 million again. About what happened last year. Now we're at the first interim. We have $1.5 million more dollars projected in the revenue, 88.6 to 90 million on the revenue line from budget to now. Yay, more money. Expenditures, 92.5 million budgeted to 105.8 million. First interim. $13.3 million needs to be spent from our budget to now. What is going on again? Started looking down again. Every year we say it. Books and supplies, it's always the same areas. Will it happen? Well, it hasn't really for many years because that's how you get $30 million in reserves. Yeah, how many millions went to the walkway at the high school? Probably the millions that came out of the reserve ultimately. Maybe it wasn't what was budgeted to that, but I know the lingo. It's a deficit, it's this, it's that. But I don't understand. Over and over again. It's the end of the world. Why does the budget do that? And then often, almost always, end up back at the end of the year closer to where we budgeted. It's sad. It's sad that we do this over and over again.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? Are there any public comments on Zoom? No? Okay, this agenda item is to approve the positive certification. Is there a motion on the floor?
I motion.
Now we can discuss. Is there any discussion?
Oh, yeah, I just want to, urge the staff and the board to, if there is cuts, to include us and look at every classification equally, and really see which ones, such as Mrs. Turner had said, are not doing well or might be not as needed as and or as important as other things, and let's think as a board to really look at them together and make those decisions together. That's it.
Hey, Rick, is there any other discussion? Okay. We will vote now. All those in favor?
Aye. Just a quick
Yes.
point of order,
Of
which is when there's a board member who isn't here, I believe we have to do a roll call.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Is she still on Zoom? Oh, okay.
okay.
So we don't have to do that.
So
no
that
more.
we don't.
Preferential vote, please. We
Aye.
don't?
No.
Because we have a majority. Yeah.
Right, it's only if she's on
Okay.
Zoom, then you'd have to do
Mhm.
you'd have to do a roll call, but if she's not here anymore, then we're good.
Okay, so the motion was made by Martha, seconded by Angelo, and carries by simple majority. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll be moving on to the next agenda item, which is ASB presentation and ASB board policy changes to
Have you been here the whole time?
BP 614, board policy 614.5.4 and board policy 3452. Welcome, Mr. Andrews.
Good evening. If we were over in my office, I would hit the party button. We do a dance break right now, but I left my party button in the office, so we'll just jump right into it.
Let's party.
All right. Thank you for having me here tonight. I will tell you, you're really lucky because your student rep here, Adriana, she could do this whole presentation for you. She knows this stuff about as well as I do. This first slide is one you've seen before last year. Just a refresher, right? Associated student body organizations are established by the state of California. Students are elected, they're officials, they run the organization. The students raise funds, they manage those funds, they spend those funds to benefit all students at the school at which they're raised. And the students represent and advocate for the student body. Adults assist, support, and advise, but we do not run the organization and we don't determine how the funds are spent. Now, I didn't have a slide here, but since I turned in my report, I was asked to address something. One of the things that some people miss that's up there in the raise funds, manage funds. Within the ASB organization, we have our main ASB kids, right? They're running school activities, dances, all sorts of things. Then we have over 40 clubs. Each of those clubs can raise money and have an account. And the ASB organization acts as the fiduciary agent for all of those other organizations, right? The reason I bring this up is that I was asked recently, Dan, there's so much money in ASB. Why do they have so much money? Well, first, they have so much money because they hold the accounts of 40 plus different clubs, plus scholarships, plus the monies that they're raising, right? Let me put this into context a little bit. Cheer, about $30,000 raised goes into ASB so that we can buy our cheer uniforms, etc. Okay, big ticket item. I'm going to give you the top 5. Prom, about $30,000 comes in, sits in the account, and then we put on prom, that gets spent. Yearbook, it's about $15,000 that comes in. It sits there, end of the year, we pay all our bills. Senior dinner dance, about 25 grand. And here's the big one that people don't recognize sometimes. Athletic officials, about $40,000 a year. So all the money we collect at our games and gates sit in the ASB account, and then we pay out 40 grand, right? So someone's like, damn, they've got like $165,000. Like, yeah, the top 5 things will cost us $140,000 this year. So a lot of money will flow through ASB. By the end of the year in June, the clubs are supposed to have spent everything except their $500 carryover. ASB spends down their money except for their carryover. But sometimes during the year, you might see $200,000 plus in there because we've got these big ticket items coming up, right? Now, it's not the millions of dollars that you just heard about in the interim report, but I will tell you from a principal's point of view, Our ISB students here at this school do an excellent job of managing hundreds of thousands of dollars that flow through, that they're accountable for, and that they get audited on. So if you have any more questions, as things come up, Adriana knows it, right? She can help you out with that. But just wanted to share that because sometimes people wonder why we need so much money, because we put on some really great events, right? And we are still really pleased this year. We've put on several free events. We've reduced the cost in a bunch of events. So we love that. All right. I got to remember that on the clicker. We've talked a little bit about this in the past. There's a specific reason I'm sharing this with you. So within ASB, we have our student clubs, right? They get authorized through ASB, they get authorized by me, and they have a constitution and officers, they fundraise, they put on events, etc. There are different types of clubs, right? Some of our clubs are curricular, the math club up there, right? It's curricular because, and there's a definition of this in our administrative regs, because it actually, the club teaches math, which is part of our curriculum, right? It's actually right embedded. Two other curricular clubs that people don't think of. One is actually our ASB Leadership Club, is also a class, and Link Crew is a curricular club. It's also a class. Okay. Then we have our athletic clubs. Every team has an athletic club. And that's where the kids fundraise for baseballs and pom-poms and all that kind of stuff. Then we have special interest clubs like Aguilas Guerreras that I think some of you are familiar with, right? You've helped us with. The Drama Club, the Wellness Club that has helped give us input on our wellness center. These clubs are not curricular. They're just special interest clubs. And any student in the school, any group of students can propose a club to ASB. They have to find a faculty advisor and they have to put together a constitution. And the reason for that is, remember, we have an LCAP goal and a site goal to increase student connectedness. So if kids come to us and they're like, we want a pickleball club. I wish we had a pickleball club. We want a pickleball club. If they put a constitution together, they find a faculty advisor, we're going to approve that and they can start raising their pickleball funds and build us a court. So that club structure is really important, right? Some of you will recognize Aguilas Guerreras. They've been around for years and years, right? So that brings us to an issue. We currently have a board policy, 6145.5, which specifically states that we want to maintain a closed forum. There's three types of forums. A closed forum means only curricular clubs that are specifically part of that tight school program have access to our facilities and our students during the day and those club benefits, right? A limited open forum expands beyond curricular to our special interest clubs, right? And it gives those clubs the same access as the curricular clubs, right? And open forum then opens the school access up to any community group. We don't want an open forum, but we've already legally established that we're a limited open forum, not a closed forum. And the way that works is, once we allowed, for instance, the Wellness Club to hold meetings at lunch in our space without charging them or making them go through extra outside things, then we've allowed an outside non-curricular club the same access, right? That creates a limited open forum. So one of the things that we're proposing tonight in board policy is to change the wording in our board policy from "we want to establish a closed forum" to a limited open forum. Currently, according to our board policy, clubs like the Wellness Club and the Drama Club and Aguilas Guerreras should be treated like outside organizations. And we don't want to do that because they're our clubs, right? They're our kids. So we want to look at that, and I'll go over some of the language involved in that. One of the other things that we've been talking about, and it came up this year again, is when ASB raises funds and puts on an activity, those funds that they raise are supposed to go to our students. So our students from our school get invited to those activities, right? We're not supposed to spend the money that's raised here on kids from other schools, right? Now that comes up because we have kids who were our students who are now in ed ops, other programs in our district, but they're not technically at our school anymore. There are activities they'd like to attend, or activities we'd love to have them attend, but we run afoul of some of these rules because of that, right? So the options for ASB right now are either we have a school activity that our kids come to, or we have a school activity that also is technically a fundraiser that our kids can bring guests to because we charge the guests the fundraiser price. We don't currently have a legal mechanism to say, hey, our district schools and only our district schools can come to our events also. So we're going to propose language tonight that allows us to do that because, again, the fact that a student maybe was here first semester and then chose one of our ed ops programs, and then we say, oh, well, now you're not our kid anymore. That doesn't feel right, right? So we'll go over why we're doing that. So you have tonight some proposed board policy changes, right? The policy changes that we're proposing for 6145.5 and 3452, and I'll go over that language in a minute, do two things. One, they grant all of our official student clubs that are approved by ASB and approved by the principal the same limited open forum access, right? Again, we've already created that technically. We just want to change our policy so that we acknowledge that we're a limited open forum, right? The other piece of language that we've put in would allow partnerships among district ASB organizations for activities and fundraising. So what that would mean, I'll take Central Bay as an example. They can also organize an ASB, right? Because they're an alternative program, they can actually organize what's called an unorganized ASB, which is a dumb name for it, just has different rules, right? The reason for those rules is their students don't necessarily stay there for the whole year, so they don't elect officers for a whole year, which means some of the authority is vested back in the principal in an unorganized ASB. The language that we're going to suggest would allow us then, when we're running an activity, to simply partner with ed ops ASB, or we could partner with the middle school ASB and run joint activities without us breaking the rule of commingling our funds because it would be a partnered activity, right? We don't do that now because when we went to the FCMAT training, the person was very clear. You can only do that if you have a board policy that allows you to do it. So after FCMAT training, we thought we'll fix our board policy, right? So we can do that. Here's the language that we're looking at. And you have the whole strikeout mark through, I think, in front of you also. In board policy 6145.4, wherever we see the words closed forum, we want to change that to limited open forum, right? Legally, we've already created that. We want to eliminate language that differentiates curriculum-related clubs to non-curriculum-related clubs, and instead replace that with language about officially organized, right? So any club, whether they're curricular or not, if they go through the organization process, they're treated equally on our campus, okay? The other piece of language is that associated student body organizations from schools within the district may partner to provide joint activities or meetings for students from multiple district schools. Man, sorry, I fell asleep earlier. I'm still waking up. And then the 3452 board policies on fundraising. And so it's very similar language about fundraising, not commingling, and applying with the fiscal rules. Okay. The effect of those two changes is to treat all of our clubs equally and allow us to partner with other schools so that they can come to our activities as we partner with them. Okay. The other piece of language change, you'll see bullet 4 there. Add non-school persons may not direct, conduct, control, or regularly attend activities of student groups. That language is in the US code. It's required that we have that language. But as we combine curriculum related and non-curriculum related clubs, we need to make sure that language moves into the board policy, though. So we're compliant with 20 USC 4071. Let me pause there. Any questions about that so far? All righty, I'm gonna keep going. We'll catch you up at the end. All right. Now, switching gears, let's talk about food. There are very specific food rules for ASB and really for any food that's sold on campus, right? A couple of those, and there's like pages and pages of code. When we sell food on campus, it has to follow the nutrition standards, right, that are set by the state. We can only include up to 3 types of food. So a type of food would be like beverages. Okay, we're going to sell beverages. We're going to sell fruit. Fruit is a type of food, right? So it's a category of food, not just 3 specific individual food items. One of the things we sell right now out of the ASB student store is ice cream. We sell several kinds of ice cream, but ice cream is one type of food. That's going to be important in a minute. Up to 4 days a year, instead of having just one organization that can sell food, all of our clubs get to sell on those days, right? They still have to follow all of the rules. And one of the rules that they have to follow is that none of the food can be prepared on campus for those student clubs unless our nutrition services prepare it in our kitchen, right? And so that often, in the old days, parents would like bring brownies, or like kids would mix the nachos, or we can't do that stuff. And we can't compete with nutrition services. We're not supposed to sell the same things that they're serving in the cafeteria that day. Okay, so there you go. Our proposed, and this isn't a board policy, it's an administrative reg. But what we're proposing is that on the 4 open food sales days, what the Salinas schools do, what most of the schools in both Santa Cruz and Monterey County do, is they bring in outside contractors like Chick-fil-A, In-N-Out, right? These other groups that have food handlers licenses, and they come in and provide the food that the clubs are selling, rather than the clubs trying to figure out how to sell food that kids want that they can't prepare on campus that meets all the nutritional standards. These outside organizations are already working with schools all around us, so they know what the nutritional guidelines are. And so what we've pitched to the district, and I just want to make the board aware of it, is that we'd like to do the same thing the other schools are doing. We're on those 4 food days. We could bring in some of those outside organizations, right? Coordinate those 4 days with our nutrition services, right? Okay. The way that would work is that those companies then would still need to be approved by the principal or designee, that they're following all the right rules, right? So that's one of the changes there. The reason that I shared some of that with you is that leads us in. I know there's been some discussion around vending machines. So board policy on vending machines says the superintendent or designee can set up regulations around vending machines. Right now we have a board policy. We don't have the administrative reg. So we'd like to work with the superintendent, set that up. Here's where we are right now. Vending machines can be run by the district. So you the superintendent could run them. Feel free, by the way, Dr. Turkey, to take that over. They can be run by nutrition services. And right now that's what we're doing here. Nutrition services is stocking our vending machines. Because nutrition services is doing it, they stock the machines with things that they also provide through nutrition services that's just available to kids outside of the free and reduced lunch program. Mostly it's water and chips and things like that. Another way to do it is for ASB to run the vending machines. If ASB runs the vending machines, then the vending machines count as the one organization that can sell food. And that would mean we would have to shut down our ASB student store, which is actually selling food also that's very popular, because the vending machine would then count. So the reason ASB hasn't taken them over this year is when we talked this through at the FICMAT training with the FICMAT experts, they're like, be really careful about this because you're going to do one or the other, either the student store or. What we'd like to see is we'd like the student store to expand what they're offering to students. So open at breaks and lunch. By the way, the vending machines are only supposed to be turned on during breaks and lunch. But our kids have figured out a way to reset that timer. I'm not going to say it here how you do that, but they know. That way, instead of having to deal with, hey, the vending machine ain't my dollar, can I get change? They just come at break and lunch to the student store, and we handle that right there, right? Now, one of the things that the people have talked to me about is after school, we have kids who stay here. They're here for sports, mostly. It would be great if we could get into the vending machines for those students items that are good for athletes, right? Protein bars, sports drinks, things like that. So the rule is half an hour after the school day ends, we can sell anything we want, as long as it's legal. So one of the things I've discussed with Dr. Turkey and that we would like to continue to look at is we could place strategically out near the 100 building and out near the athletic stadium concession, vending machines that turn on at 4 o'clock and have items in there that would actually help fuel our athletes for their practice. We still don't want to fuel them with junk food. At no point do we want to sell energy, those hyped up, monster kind of drinks. But that would allow us outside of some of the other guidelines to be able to put in drinks that our nutritionists and our folks say these really are good for athletes to help fuel them. It's not good for athletes to go into some of their practices and their games not fueled. And sometimes what our kids choose to bring, pretty bad food. It's junk food and it's full of sweets and stuff. So that's kind of where we're looking at the vending machines right now. In some other districts, they contract that out completely to outside vendors. Our hesitation there is that then generally a relatively small portion of that funding comes back to our programs. If we set up vending machines that kicked on at 4, we could still stock those through ASB. It would be outside competition with the student store. We'd be able to really go to our students, say, hey, what kind of things would help you? Work with our athletic committee on what kind of things should be in the vending machines for athletes, and stock those in a way that helps our athletes and helps ASB. Okay, so that's where we are with vending machines right now. And I think that's all I put in here tonight. I suspect there might have been some other questions about ASB. So now that we're at the question part, I'd be happy to entertain whatever you want to know about.
Does any board member have a clarifying question? I'll start with you, Adrian.
No.
Rick?
Yeah. Does ASB have a say in bringing, or if they wanted to, bringing back floats that go around the track like they used to back in the day? Is that something they would?
Yeah, my understanding is we stopped the floats because of the all-weather track. And I know in some schools, they won't allow vehicles on the all-weather track. But yeah, that's up to the students, how they want to vote to run those things. I understand we used to do a parade down the main street.
Yeah. The Art Chuck Festival's coming back too, so that'll be cool. And before I even became a board member, I talked to coaches and they'd say that, like they'd raise funds and and not get to spend the money or something like that. Specifically, I'll give an example, softball, like, and they've been wanting like a more sturdier fence is. And now I know from your presentation, there's 40 different clubs, you know, and stuff like that. So is that something that is valid?
So it's an interesting thing with ASB and the funds that they raise, right? So remember the funds raised by ASB are raised by students, spent by students. So sometimes coaches are like, well, I want to buy this. We're like, well, you're an adult. ASB funds are raised by students, spent by students. So as an adult coach, then you need to work with your club officials and explain why that's where you should put the money. With things like fences, the issue is that ASB is not supposed to pay for things that are really a district responsibility. A permanent fence around an athletic facility is really a district facilities issue. And so an auditor might look at that and say, wait, why are you having kids raise the money to do something that's really a facilities issue?
Okay.
Now, sometimes where you find success there is with the adult booster programs, who have the ability to raise money and as adults decide where they want to work with the school district to spend that money. And so sometimes that's where you'll see batting cages and dugout refurbishments and stuff like that, those larger ticket items.
Great. That brings it into perspective. You know, that this is a presentation we've been wanting to hear for a long time. Yeah, and thank you for touching on the importance of athletes fueling, and if they don't fuel, then it's you know, kind of not great. You know, you don't want to go out there on an empty tank. So thank you for that. And yeah, whatever, you know, we come up with, I think it'll be great, and it's being addressed. Yeah, I was gonna ask about blue zones, and you know, like I like them. I like the idea of them, but you know, I don't know. They are nationwide, but they're like they probably represent 1% of, you know, America, or even maybe less. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you.
No, I really appreciate you elaborating in the beginning, because those were my questions on how the money is in one pot, 40 clubs.
Yeah.
And then the decision to spend it and how they're going to spend it is from each of those club organizations. And they present it to the ASB, and then you guys vote on it, yay or nay? Is it ultimately up to the ASB though, and how they're going to spend the money?
You want me to handle that, Adriana, or you want to take that?
I think I have the answer.
All right.
So the clubs will meet, like say, like softball for example. Like softball will meet, and then they'll ask, like they'll meet on what they're gonna buy, and then they'll turn in their purchase request to ASB, and then in our meetings we approve it from there, and then it'll be like processed through us. So yeah, it does go through us.
So here's why it goes to the ASB council for approval. We train the ASB council what's legal and what's not legal, what's appropriate and what's not appropriate. So when they're looking at it, they're not like, hey, do you really think baseball needs more balls? They're like, hey, this purchase that this club is wanting, that kind of falls outside the lines here. We need to make sure that they're spending their money appropriately, right? So it's really not a, hey, we're just not going to let you buy what you want. It's, we have the fiduciary oversight to make sure that the money's being spent correctly. So when our auditors come, we're clean. Is that fair, Adriana?
Yeah.
All right. I don't want to misspeak.
Yeah, and then that information that is provided to all these clubs on the parameters around that.
Yes. So the other thing that I think Lori Lowenson, our ASB director, is really good at is she regularly holds meetings at lunch for all of the club advisors to remind them of some of the rules, right? Some of the guidelines. So like when we're coming up to a food day, she's going to have all the advisors in and say, hey, this next food day is coming up. Remember, these are the guidelines you got to follow. Make sure you're within the parameters, or we won't be able to approve it.
And then to piggyback off of what Rick said about the floats, and he's bringing that up because, boy, there was like a big hype out there in the community, right? And I'm sure you guys probably heard, right? Like, why can't North County do that? Why can't North County bring back the floats? And when I had parents call me, you know, like, what can we do? I was like, well, you got to go back to your site leader and your ASB director and talk about this, you know, talk about what you guys want as a community, as students. And I don't know if they've done that yet, you know, but that's how I just redirected them.
Right.
Because they wanted to come to a board meeting. I'm like, no, you guys need to start here, you know, start with them. And if you guys are willing to like find out the whys and what you guys can do to help out, you know, do your research, get your facts first, and then come and work with the site leader and work with ASB to understand how that works. So I don't know if they've come to you about stuff like that yet.
Nobody has come to me yet. I've heard that peripherally the floats thing. And here's hopefully community's listening. We're open to saying, hey, bring us your ideas. Okay. There's an important concept here. And at some point, the people who are going to do the work get to make some decisions about how much work they're going to do. Here's what I mean. If you're going to come and say, hey, we really want to bring back the floats, then bring in some elbow grease, help us put together what it is you're talking about. But don't say, hey, we really want the school to do these floats and then expect our ASB students to go, oh, okay, that'll be 10 times more work. We'd love to do that. Does that make sense?
100%,
Because the students are gauging, hey, how much capacity do we have during homecoming week when we've got like 10 things going on to also put on the parade? And I don't think our students are against having a bigger parade, but that's a larger lift. And so we need more hands involved.
And that's exactly what they came to me to say, like, we want to help. We know it's a lot of work. So I said, present all of that, you know, because I get it. It's going to take a team. But if the community is willing to step up and support you guys and help make this happen, I think that's a great thing because that's one of our goals. That's one of our LCOP goals.
That is one of our goals.
So anyway, thank you for your presentation.
Yep.
And that really helped me understand how it works.
Good.
Angela, do you have any clarifying questions? Okay.
So it's not very good for you. It's just pet peeve of mine that the district does a lot. They tell me what I don't want. Take your word for it, but I want to be educated on why I don't want it. Because I'm not at your level of expertise. Why do I not want an open forum?
Oh, okay, good. So the reason that the law has that statement that, hey, non-school people can't come in and like hold a bunch of meetings here, right? An open forum would mean any community group then is required to have the same access as our student clubs. So some of our community groups, you're like Sea Scouts. That's a cool program. They're kind of partnering with our SLU crew and it's good for cool. But there are some community groups, ideas that we don't necessarily think are healthy for our kids. Gotcha. And we don't want to be in a position where we can't say no because we don't think that's healthy for our kids without getting sued because now you're discriminating against an outside organization. Limited open forum means it's our district organizations who have that preference. Outside organizations can still put in a facilities use request and go through that process, but they don't just have open access to say, hey, we want to come in and start running some lunchtime meetings, or we want to recruit your kids for our idea.
Thank you. We get asked questions many times by community.
Huh?
We get questions asked by or at least my
Oh, yeah.
constituents in trust area 3. And I need to know the answer of how I can answer that question.
Yeah, no, it is a good question because most of the people who come to a school have really good intents and they want to do something good and healthy for our kids.
So
most people, not
yes.
everyone.
Well, everyone has an agenda and sometimes it gets the best of them. And even though they're road to hell is paved with good intentions. So I was luckily a club advisor here for the first 2 years I worked here. I want to talk about the multiple clubs to sell up to 4 days and outside vendors.
Yes.
This is something that I noticed. So my club, very under. Basically kids with a lot without means,
Okay,
and we would fight to do fundraisers. And we would lose out to outside vendors.
Mhm.
How does that, but for us allowing outside vendors, how is that gonna affect?
so that would set up a profit sharing situation. So if we have 40 clubs, we're not bringing in 40 outside vendors. We would say, hey, clubs, these are the vendors we're thinking of bringing in on this food day. If your club wants to be involved in this fundraising, then you're going to have representatives from your club come out and you're going to help manage the setting up the tables, the getting the kids, all those other things that come along with it. So in the school districts around us who are doing this, those profits then get shared with the clubs that step up and want to participate and help out with the organization of the day. That makes sense?
Yeah.
And so it actually helps level the playing field between the clubs who are like, yeah, we got 15 people. We can manage this level. And your club has like 5 people. You're not going to be able to compete with us on food day.
With that, or what I saw at the bonfire,
Mhm.
we bring a boats, somebody, I mean, the best you can afford is bringing a cup of noodles.
Right.
And then we bring a taco truck and yeah, we're
Right.
not in
So
the
we want to
world.
set that up so that we're not creating an inequitable situation. We want to set that up in a way where we say, look, let's work together as a large group and maximize bringing in the things that our students are going to want to purchase and be a part of. But yes, your point is well taken to us. We're not trying to monopolize the fundraising opportunity. Go ahead.
Oh, I have like something else to add to that. In a situation like that for like the bonfire, if I'm not mistaken, if anything like hasn't changed, the clubs are allowed to have an outside vendor come to those, like, for example, the bonfire on behalf of the club. And then there would be like a or like a agreement on how they would share the funds, but they're allowed to come on behalf of the club.
Right.
So you have up to 40 vendors.
And that's why we want to set up a profit sharing system among the clubs. Right. Yeah.
Anything further, Angela?
Well, I got comments, I'm trying to think of like how to switch it to a question, but no, we want to, yeah. This one.
Okay. Next I'll invite any public comment. Is there anyone who wishes to make a public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to Zoom. No? Okay, this agenda item is to receive the presentation and it looks like approve the changes being requested to the board policy. Board policy 6145.4 and board policy 3452. Do I have a motion?
I motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion before we vote?
Okay.
I'll start with you, Angelo.
Yes, so. Switch it more time to read over board policies. Than just the 5 days we had. I would have preferred that this would have gone to the policy committee first before coming to the board. To really give me a chance to get whoever's on there to do some work and also invite input from the community. So. Yeah, I just would have preferred that way. Vending machines. It is what it is. I'm not a fan of them. Not in general, but in our forum.
Right.
When I was teaching here, many of my students would just take off class, they're gonna get a bottle of water, go out free water, and also now we'll see of course. And there's much. Forum is so packed during lunch, and that's valuable space for seating. So. What I'm hearing that this board policy update, we see little strategic locations are making this all in the forum.
I don't think.
So
There's policy
yeah,
update here.
the vending machines, we're not asking any change in the board policy on vending machines. That was there informationally. The board policy calls for the superintendent, gives him an opportunity to put together an administrative reg. But we're not asking for a change in board policy.
So it's in this thing because HB used to run it. But then this year, because of that
Yeah, I put it in because I've been asked about it several times. And I thought, okay, let me make sure the board at least knows we have a board policy on it. This is the considerations we're having is we don't want our ASB student store to lose out because we're asking them to run the vending machines. Nutrition Services has stocked them with some extra items. They're also kind of saying, you know, we don't really want to be the vending machine people. And what we would really, what I believe, I'll just speak from, would better serve our students is put the vending machines to fuel our athletes and have those items starting at 4 during the school day. When class is not in session, let ASB run those things through the student store. Right?
My fear is that inequity in the vending machines where our students need some fuel. We provide fuel for our athletes. So those who are without, it's not a question for you to answer, it's for those students who don't have money or not of means, they'll get the fuel. Unlike others who have cash. I think to me, it seems like there's a need here, fuel our athletes. We will find a way to actually fuel all of them instead of the lucky few that have to us.
I know you said I don't have to answer, but on behalf of Sandra Ritten, our nutrition expert, we serve supper after school. So all students have access to food after school.
Which I see, but I'm talking about,
Right.
I'm talking about the athletes after.
Yeah,
after supper,
and
after work, have a
that
great
comment
appetite.
has come out of the athletic committee who said, man, it'd be nice if, you know, gosh, it's 6 o'clock. I'm getting ready to start my game. Is there some way I can, right? But I understand your point. I just wanted to highlight that Sandra Ritten,
Right.
we're feeding our kids after school too.
Anything else, John?
No, but I would push the table to their policy committee. But that's just for discussion.
Okay. So we have a motion, and that's the motion we're discussing. Are you motioning to amend?
We'll add a motion to.
Okay. Martha, do you have any further discussion? Rick?
Discussion,
You can add any questions or it's really a discussion, so.
yeah, I think Martha also piggybacked on what I was saying, but also just not only floats, but cars, you know, like where they could sit in the back of a convertible and
We have seatbelt laws, Rick. I can't do, no. I'm just-
or what, you know, in general,
I hear you.
yeah.
I'm writing
and-
it down.
And I know you see that tracks sometimes don't have them at certain schools, but I also saw, you know, tracks that, and they're different surfaces, obviously. So just to add on to both of our comments about homecoming.
Adriana? So Rick, were you done?
Yeah.
Sorry,
yeah.
thank you.
It's kind of what I stay. So of course, everything in the presentation was like meaningful, but I think the biggest part for me was the amendment for allowing other schools in the district to collaborate with us. And I know that this is something I brought up before and arguably like didn't put it down, but what our ASB, not even just our ASB, but the high school in general, and honestly the district kind of prides himself on is inclusivity. And I think that this is like a perfect step in that direction, and that I want these like, I don't even know how to word it. I'm so tired. I just really hope that we're able to, you know, take this to the committee and to amend it so where the kids in our district are able to get the same celebrations as we do here at the high school, because they're no different. And they went through the same things, arguably more, and they deserve to celebrate the same way that we do. That's all I had.
Thank you, Adrian. I would only add that when there are events and we subcontract out suppliers or vendors or caterers and they come on site, that we do watch the price points, because I've seen some of our vendors and they have delicious, looking, very elaborate dishes, but their price point sometimes is $8, $10, $12. So that's the only thing I would ask, that when we are planning events, we be conscientious of the price points. But otherwise, thank you so much for your presentation. So we have a vote. I'm going to ask for all those in favor.
Aye.
Aye. So the motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Unanimously. Thank you. We're going to be moving on to our next agenda item, which is approve installation of additional cameras at North Monterey County High School.
Oh,
Thank you.
So you know the order of the room.
Good night, Adriana. Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
have a great week at school. I know.
Whatever you like.
I am freezing.
Just a moment.
We need the blankets.
When do we need to do extend the time?
It's 10:30, but we still.
10:30? Okay.
Yeah, it's at 10:30.
Yeah, let's continue. Sorry, I apologize.
That's okay.
Just started.
Yep, you're doing a good job.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening.
Okay, so I'm here with Mr. Andrus to talk about adding additional cameras to the high school. So this came on to my attention when both of the secondary sites reached out about additional cameras that they needed that would be beneficial for security reasons. And so I facilitated walkthroughs with the principals, with the security staff, with facilities to figure out where blind spots are, which would be beneficial for us. And so what you see on your handout is kind of a breakdown of those 45 cameras. On the agenda item, it says 47, but we were able to get a different camera that would cover 2 areas to limit the amount that we needed. So my part in this is really just facilitating the ask and helping people get what they need.
I've been asked to give a quick background because I didn't know it was 10 o'clock. It's my bedtime. If you remember last year, there was a situation where some people came in, they broke into a bunch of the district trucks on our campus. As we tried to track what happened, we realized there's just a lot of blind spots, especially around our periphery, over at our storage yard. We've had several incidents out in the parking lot, accidents, confrontations. And people come and say, hey, I was in an accident. Can we get the security? Well, we have no security footage. We have no cameras out in that area. Where the kids get on the bus, we put them all close together so they can jostle each other and irritate one another. We have no cameras along that corridor. Our kids are pretty savvy of where our blind spots are. So often the things that happen just out of our view. I was putting something together for a staff meeting today about educators, districts, and our duty of care to keep our kids safe. One of those areas is we need to take affirmative steps using the means available to us to prevent bullying and harassment. The amount of blind spots we have right now make it hard for us to follow up when some kids come to us and say, hey, this is happening outside the locker room, or this is happening. And so this plan, and I know 45 more cameras sounds like a lot of cameras, but it's because we're trying to cover the whole parking lot perimeter, the areas in which our kids know they can go and do things that they ought not to do, right? And it's not that we want to catch kids being bad, it's we want to protect kids who are trying to do the right thing from influences in those areas that create an unsafe situation for them.
Thank you.
So on the breakdown, you'll see like 5 of those cameras are for the warehouse and facility to cover that maintenance area where the items were stolen. Several of them, 5 of them are for the parking lot and the bus area. You have 5 on the field because we currently don't have any cameras out in our field area, which is where there's lots of fencing that people, can enter our property. We have hallway blind spots, which is what Dan was talking about, where kids often find areas in those hallways to do things where they know that a camera isn't going to see them.
2 of those are replacements. One of them is at the ticket booth. And then 18 additional ones, which are mostly around the perimeter, which is where we don't have a lot of coverage. A lot of our current coverage is inside the middle of the campus.
Did you bring our internet?
No, it's not.
My agenda hasn't been working on my iPad.
Oh, wait, is it?
It's trying to flip a document that's on this item.
Yeah, it's gone to sleep.
It's bedtime too.
So let's move on to the next. Are we done with the presentation? So we.
Okay, are there any clarifying questions? We'll start with you, Rick.
Yeah, since the agenda wasn't working, I was wondering what the cost was again.
118,000. Oh, it's working on this one, 118,042.
Okay.
It's the same one you guys have, okay? Thank you.
And do the current and the possible new ones have sound?
No, schools aren't allowed to record audio, only video.
I agree, because that's what I was.
Yeah, we rely on the student cell phone videos.
Well,
to
not
get
even
sound.
the students. I was like, maybe staff, are talking and they, want to be private and, like, okay. That.
Video only.
Okay, that's good.
I'm sorry, sorry.
Angela?
Yes, because before the internet went down, you talked about locations. I want to know about the locations, like where are the cameras at?
Oh, okay.
And
What we did is we walked the campus with our camera guy, with Brianna, with our security officers and administration and facilities. We walked the entire property. It took a while. Before we walked it, we looked at where our current cameras are and started marking up blind spots. When we walked the campus, we're like, okay, this is a blind spot. And then we determined, okay, a camera here would cover the, right? The cameras are all over the campus. So the interior hallways along here are all blind spots. So there are cameras on the interior hallways here. There are sections of the quads. Every quad has sections of blind spots. So we're adding cameras to eliminate the blind spots out in the quad areas. One of the big blind spots is in front of the gym, that hallway, and then it splits. We have cameras going in there to eliminate those blind spots. There's a blind spot as you come around the road all along the back of the gym, and the entrance to the road that goes down to the storage shed area past our pumps are all blind spots. So essentially the cameras are spread out through our entire property, through the stadium area, over by the district office, down the walkway by the buses, and then throughout the parking lot. Essentially eliminating all of the blind spots where kids go to get away from us. And I shouldn't say it like that, but yeah, that's where the stuff goes down.
so another question, because I'm not really against proving this. There's certain spots I think they're very need attention. Or parking lot, the front for kids drop off.
Yep.
Do we have cameras there?
We have no cameras right now that cover the parking lot. This adds cameras to cover the parking lot, the bus drop off, all the traffic zones.
Well, that area right there, so ingress.
Ingress and egress right now is a blind spot. From the time you drive in to the time you drive out, our cameras don't pick you up. Unless you get out of your car and walk on down here.
So, and I'm glad you said this, because our kids are not criminals. We're not here to catch them. And nor would I want to be associated with a facility that looked at it that way.
Yeah.
This is more about deterrence. And I'm hoping, are the kids able to see the cameras are being used at present?
They can see where the cameras are.
And I say that's a safety mechanism because from my law enforcement days.
Yeah.
They know that someone might catch this. So they see someone or something go down, they can go to an area that might be videotaped. It's potential, sometimes attackers don't really go there.
Right.
So I was hoping that there was visible.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, what I want to say is it's disheartening for a student who comes in and says, hey, this happened to me.
Yes.
All right. Well, great. Were there witnesses we can talk to? No. Okay, well, you're in an area where we have no surveillance. So it's gonna be your word against this kid's word, and that's hard, right? It's a hard situation where they're intimidated in the first place and we can't back up what's happening. That safety issue for me tears at me a little bit because we shouldn't have kids on our campus, wherever the location is, that we can't back up in some manner and corroborate what's happening.
Yeah, I'm gonna add this one to clarify my question. Kids are obviously our number one priority, but we also have staff, and their safety is paramount. So I'm hoping that with this deal, that we'll have cameras where their vehicles are safe. Whether they're walking to and from their vehicle to their classroom. We know that we have stuff to at least if something happens, we can go forward with investigating their protection. And also, like I said, also adults here have been assaulted. It'd be nice to have something there to make sure that those blind spots are covered. And it's no hidden cameras, I'm not here to get you, but it is there.
Yeah, nobody sits, you watch TV shows and the criminals trick the guy who sits and watches the cameras all day. We don't have anyone who sits and watches cameras all day. Our cameras are so that we can go and look when things happen and say, okay, what happened? Now I don't know, maybe you do or don't want someone staring at cameras all day. That's not what we do. We're not monitoring people.
So how do you, who looks at cameras?
Admin and then our security officers have access to the cameras so that when something's reported, we go to the cameras, we find it, then we're able to say, okay, here's what happened.
Further clarify, which admin and which, is it all security officers?
So I have it. My two assistant principals have it. We only have two security officers. So campus supervisors are not security officers. We have two people who are in the job class of security officer. They have access to the cameras because it's in their job description that they're trained and they have access to be able to look at the cameras. And some district folks.
Do we have?
Curtis would be able to speak to that, I believe. The admin reg on the camera usage, Curtis.
So, can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
So we have 3 admins and 2 security officers that look at camera, but I want to know, do we have a board policy or an admin?
We do.
that regulates it?
Yes, board policy 3515 is regarding our security cameras.
35?
3515. 3515.
Okay, and is there AR on that one also?
I believe so. I'd have to double check, but the board policy drives the main. It follows
I know it's
the
an AR part.
yeah, it follows the law as well, and it states that the superintendent and designees have access, so we can actually assign the access to the cameras and ask somebody to go look at them. We are also following the protocols where, as Mr. Andrus stated, we don't monitor, we don't look for things to happen. What we do is we utilize it to go back and double check and find out what happened after an event is reported to us.
Correct.
Anything further? Okay, at this point, we will invite public comment. Any public comment? Miranda, would you check Zoom, please? Thank you. No? Okay. The agenda item before us is a request to approve the purchase and installation of 47 additional cameras at North Monterey County High School for a total cost of $118,042. Do I have a motion?
I motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Yeah, I took it off Wi-Fi and it came up again and I'm looking at the breakdown. I'm just curious. Cause it's a lot of money and I like them. I just was wondering if like maybe it was cheaper or how many different companies we might have been in contact with.
I will say that the labor for running them into the parking lot is what's driving up the price because there's no power. So he has to run it up the light poles. Which is driving up the price.
Okay.
It answered your question. We did not go out for multiple bids. We went to our person who's local, who gives us a.
And who's installing them? Us or them? Them? Oh, okay. Okay.
I appreciate giving some answers, especially. Okay, very excited about that.
Okay, we will move to a vote if there's no further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you. Mr. Andrews, get some rest and drive home safe. Okay, our next agenda item is updated inter-district student transfer policies. Welcome, Sophie.
Thank you. So good evening, board, superintendent and the community. I would like to follow that exciting ASB discussion with another thrilling topic, which is updating our student transfer process. As we stand currently, it is not a thrilling topic. There's been multiple complaints and it's justifiable. So I would like to bring an update on where we are, how things stand right now, what we recommend for the future. And then we are recommending board approval of the updated policies. So the goal for today, I just would like to present a game plan. I will give you an overview of the current transfer process as it stands, explain the impact of the current challenges and the need to align to better practices. I will also outline the anticipated changes. Ultimately, we are seeking approval from the board to update the board policy and the transfer process guide for parents. Basically, we're looking at how it is, why it is hard, and the need for change. So we're asking for the board to approve so that things can run smoothly. Oversight of the student transfer process at the district level has been passed from one person to another. Now I'm holding it. And my first day on the job, within 2 days, I had a parent screaming at me, telling me navigating the student transfer process at our district is such a daunting task. And indeed it is. So when I saw that feedback, the daunting task, I knew that it was time to fix the change and look at what the frustration is so that we can lower that. The feedback has been consistent. There's nothing positive that I can tell you has been reported about student transfer. And so even as I own it, I feel really, I don't want to own it, but I have to because I have it right now. My hope is that the feedback will change and hopefully the next time I come back, I will be able to report 1 or 2 positive things from a parent. So let's look at the current process. So this is what's happening behind the scene. Right now, it feels like a group project without instruction. Yeah. We have lack of consistent SOPs and not anybody at the district to give it oversight and direct the sites. We have inefficient workflows. We duplicate our efforts, and then it's a manual routing. And with that, it slows down our response time. We have lots of missing applications, believe it or not. And we have lost applications, and it's a lot of finger pointing where a parent says, I turned in my application, and the site is like, we turned it into the district office. Who did you give it to? There's no name. And so it's hard to troubleshoot. With that said, there's a limited accountability because we don't have a unified tracking system. And of course, we run the potential of, iniquities in how we process their transfers. Ultimately, parents experience confusion, frustration, and lack of clarity. There's a lot of paper shuffling. Who has this form? Where is it? When should I expect to see it? None of those has been answered accurately since I took it over 2 years ago. And every parent can tell you that they have a different experience when it comes to processing. So we ran the current process in our SWOT analysis. The SWOT analysis is analyzing what are the strengths, the weakness, the threats, and the opportunities with what we have currently. There's not much on the strength side, but I'll get to that later. We will start with the weakness. It is manual, it's inconsistent, it is inefficient, and it is a lot of paper shuffling back and forth. Whoever has the role of overseeing, the transfer process at that time, we all depend on them based on their interpretation or understanding of the student transfer process. So we don't have a standardized criteria that anybody taking the job will be able to follow immediately. There's a lack of tracking system, like I said earlier. Some email it in, some walk it in, we date stamp it, we do not. It's in the pony somewhere. Some don't turn it in and say they did, and so it's hard to hold somebody accountable. And the visibility is obviously reduced. When we look at the threats, we have a lot of dissatisfied families, and they do let us know their frustration, and we understand. We have a lot of transfers out that we've not been tracking, and so we can't give you a tangible number of how many students have gone out. And these students belong to us. We do need that feedback. Why are you leaving us to go to other districts? And we do need account, because as we were told earlier, we lose funding when we lose them to other districts. And then we run into compliance issues because of the inconsistencies. The way I process this parent might not be the same way somebody else processes another parent, and that is not good. We have opportunities to design good standard operating systems so that we can automate the process when possible and everybody's on the same page. We would like to improve the family experience with streamlined communication and expectation so that everybody knows what is expected and what applies to this person applies to the next person. We do need clearer data. We do need to know the numbers, and that will support our enrollment and staffing, allocations as we are planning for the next year and the budgeting. And it also helps the other school districts to know who is returning to them so that they can do their planning and staffing as well. So looking at the strengths, it's not like staff does not want to do the work. They just don't know what to do because there's no clear guidance. And if we give them the clear guideline, I'm sure that they will rise to the task. In other words, we are not fighting resistance. I think we are all fighting the lack of structure. And going forward, we hope to develop some of that. And so this brings me to the next point where we look at the need to align. Like I said, the current system is manual. There's so much room for interpretation based on who's handling the job. And the sites, believe it or not, they invent their own version of the process as best as they know. And so we need to standardize, we need to centralize our system, have consistent documentation, be transparent on our timeline and criteria so that everybody knows what's expected. We need to leverage technology and so use our digital platforms to automate the workflow when possible. Aligning with these practices will improve fairness, efficiency, and compliance ultimately, and family satisfaction. So if you take nothing else from this discussion so far, the big takeaway is that we need to update the process so that we can communicate clearer, faster, so that there's less confusion and more consistency. So with that said, let's look at the anticipated changes, and here is what families and staff are expecting to see going forward. We are updating our transfer documents and forms. We are offering clear guidelines to the families as far as timelines and the criteria for approving their transfers. We will communicate the expectations to them via our website and via the documents that we've prepared. And we will also send a courtesy reminder to the families in December, reminding them that our process has been updated and what is expected of them next. We would like to streamline the process and the workflow so that it's consistent and digitized. At a minimum, when somebody submits their form, it is not lost. We date stamp it and we send them a receipt that we've received the form, and then we process it from there within the timelines that we've provided. It will help us in improving our tracking status and the approvals. It will be much faster. So let's look at the application timeline and the processing. It will give the stakeholders a clearer, predictable timeline and criteria. So there's no more mystery and there's no more calling 3 or 4 times just to find out when does it open or when will I expect an answer from you. So in December, we are proposing that they will review the guidebook and the required documents that will be posted on the website after the board approves the policies. In January, between January 10th and March 15th, the application window will open for the upcoming school year. And that is the time that they can submit their applications. For the renewals, as soon as they submit the application, it is our goal to process those immediately because they've been approved before. We are just renewing their transfers. For the new ones, we hope to process them after the window closes, and they should be getting an answer between April and June before school starts in August for sure. When school starts in August, we have the first 2 weeks where we balance classes, move things around. And so that is allowed at that time for us to still move students around and accept some transfers. After August, the application slows down, the window slows down. We still need to leave it open, and it's open for specific groups. The active military family, and then parents that are seeking to transfer their students in because of employment. And all that depends on space availability. And then everything else is a special circumstance, and it's looked at an individual basis. Everything else, if they do not submit the application between January and March 15th, we will not process, and they will directly go to the county for appeal. That is a change. And that might bring some grumbling from some parents. So just putting that out there. We will let them know the appeal process and how to file that with the county. So what is the benefit for our updated process? Why go through all this? We are looking to reduce the processing time. We are looking to have a better family experience. Increase accuracy in decision-making so that we can have our numbers before we even, as we are doing the next year's budget. And then there's real-time visibility where families don't have to figure out and wonder when will I get a response. We're already clear on the timeline and when they expect to get a response from us. As I said, it is improved planning from the schools. And then it's enhanced fairness and transparency on everybody involved. If it is approved tonight, this is the timeline. This is what we're looking forward to and how we will be rolling it out. Today, we are asking that you approve the updated process. That is phase 1. Once that is done, we will finalize the transfer documentation and we will finalize the website information and have that ready to go. We will offer staff training and communicate the rollout for the updated process. This is to the staff and also to the families so that they know and expect what to expect coming forward. On January 10th, we will launch the application window and we will have the forms online. We will monitor the usage and this is our first time we will gather feedback from them and then we refine based on the feedback that we get. And then going forward, of course, we'll keep it ongoing as we make adjustments as needed. We want to keep the process flexible but structured. So tonight, we are asking that the board approves the changes on the BP Board Policy 5117 and the AR 5117 and the updated Student Transfer Policy Guide book for parents so that we can implement it for the upcoming school year. And that's it. I will open it up for any questions.
Any questions? I'm going to start with Rick.
No.
Angelo? Great. I don't have any clarifying questions. Would any member of the public like to make public comment? Is there anyone on Zoom? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to invite a motion for this agenda item, which is to approve the updated interdistrict student transfer policies.
I motion.
Any discussion? Oh, thank you. Motion? Okay. Is there a second? Second, okay. Discussion?
Just want to thank you for attacking this and making updating the system. But really look forward to seeing the stats we're gonna get from this, because it'll give us real-time data on what's going on. And fixing that issue that's been plaguing, I guess, since we opened up from COVID. What I've been hearing over and over again, so thank you guys for the work.
Martha?
Same, ditto. Thank you for putting this together and making it more efficient and obviously tackling all this. Thank you.
You ready?
Thank you.
And I would just like to add, I really appreciate how method. Okay, maybe I shouldn't use that word. How thorough and exact you are with your process. And I really like how you went through it. I really think that a lot of organizations struggle with standard operating procedures because there's these processes that don't get used that often, but they can be so very frustrating for members of our community. And when a process is frustrating, it doesn't look good for the district because we are educational experts and sometimes we're not process experts, but thank you for laying out such a thorough and complete process. So thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to give some props to Sophie, right? Because at the start of this year, I asked Sophie to attack this and said, hey, we really need a different process and I'd like you to put one together. And she's worked very, very hard and very methodically. And she's talked to lawyers. She's made sure that it's tight, right? As in, this is a very good process. Because I was very frustrated with the process which we had, because as Sophie well pointed out, it was just a mess, really.
Yeah.
And so I'm really happy. So Sophie, thank you so much for putting this together.
Yeah, she's the one. We're gonna make her our process improvement manager. Okay, so a vote is before us. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Let's move on to, 10:30. Okay,
Motion to.
I need a motion to
We need a
extend the
motion.
meeting time.
Right.
Okay.
A
Do I have
question,
First, do I have a second?
is there any way that we can, like, I don't know, how many items did we have left to
We
discuss?
have item 5, adopt resolution number 25 to 2613 to approve education code. And then we moved item approve classified employment as submitted, which was item 1 of the consent agenda. Item 3 of the consent agenda, approved 3-year agreement with auditors. Item, I hate these
Six.
Roman numerals. Thank you. Approved job description change update for coordinator for behavior intervention supports. Item XX, is that 20?
20.
Yeah, okay, thank you, which is approve agreement with Terrace Barnes, Walters, Boygan, Heath, Lester Incorporated. And item 21, approve agreement with True North Research. That is what is left on our agenda.
And I will say that 20 and 21, they are pressing in terms of time.
So that was my next question. Is there anything there that we can combine as an approval or move over to the next meeting?
I would urge the board to at least 20 and 21 to go ahead and approve. And I think the other ones, well, depending on discussions, I hope would be quick. But
What is the consensus? Let's have discussion. How does everybody feel about it? Are there items we're willing to table? Are there items that we should move up in urgency as requested by Matt because of the timeliness? What is the discussion? Angela?
When's the next
It will be in January.
8th.
Is there anything we can move to the January 8th?
Classified fire,
Yes? If not, please speak up.
Yeah, please let us know if there's any timelines on these.
Yeah.
The
There's-
approved resolution to the ed code assignment, that should go tonight.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, the ed code assignment, it's pretty routine and it's for specifically independent study and CB. The employment, classified employment, I am happy to answer any questions about that. That should go. There are people waiting in the wings.
Yeah, that's the one I pulled.
Yep. And these are just the ones that my name are on. The calendar, oh, that didn't get pulled, never mind. That was been approved already. And then also pulled was the approval of the job description. We could kick that one. That is the coordinator for behavior intervention and supports. It's been empty for a year and a half. We'd like to discuss the change, but I could wait till January to discuss that.
Can we wait for that one then in January? Okay.
Okay, so let's go with our first item, which is to extend the meeting.
Yeah.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to extend.
Okay.
Second.
Second, okay, all in favor? Aye, okay. Second motion is to table approve job description change update for coordinator for behavior intervention supports to January meeting. Do I have a motion?
A motion?
Second, okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we will move on to our next agenda item, which is adopt resolution 2025-2613 to approve education code assignments. Hi, Curtis.
Good evening. All right, let me make sure I have the right one here. Yes, so in front of you, you have somewhat of a routine item that comes about this time of year each year. And specifically, this is regarding Central Bay teachers and the independent study programs as well, where the teachers are qualified yet may not hold the correct credential. But as long as they agree and they have the expertise to teach it, we can approve them to teach those courses. And attached to that item are the teachers specifically listed, the site number of sections and the assignments and the credential held. And so before you is approval for that, and this helps us align our schedules with the students' needs and what they need for the graduation requirements.
Thank you. Does any member of the board have a clarifying question? We'll start with you, Rick.
No.
No.
Martha. Angela, do you have a clarifying question?
No.
Okay, any members of the public comment? Zoom, Brianna? No? Okay, I will invite a motion for agenda
I
item.
motion.
Okay, a second?
If it
Okay,
was
all
before
in
10, I would.
aye. Okay, thank you, Curtis.
Absolutely, thank
We're
you.
gonna move on to our next item that was moved from consent, which is approved classified employment as submitted. Curtis.
Good evening, board. Again, in front of you, you have the approval of classified employment that we submit on a bi-weekly basis. I'm happy to answer any questions. This one happens to have 3 different employees for approval in front of the board.
I will open it up for clarifying questions. Rick?
Yeah, what is the rationale and costs of specifically accountant and district chef?
So the district chef, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but the district chef was an added position, I want to say about 3 months ago that came in front of the board. There was a range. I can find that for you in a minute. If I back up to pull it up, we don't include that on the agenda item. It was recently flown. We actually flew it twice. The first candidate didn't follow through with everything, so we posted it again, and this gentleman just accepted about a week or 2 ago.
And Brenda might have some more details about this position, actually, I think.
The chef or the accountant?
About either of them.
Oh, and the accountant, what that is that was an existing position that became vacant. So our accountant took a promotion into another position, and we just recently hired Mr. Singh into that position. And it's the same range. Nothing has changed in the range of the accountant. It is what has been accepted and board approved.
And the chef got hired, but he's not working yet?
I'm not sure on his hiring status. This was up for board approval tonight.
And the accountant is already working?
I believe the accountant is working.
So this happens a lot. So we're kind of ratifying them instead of approving them first. You said we approved the district chef 1 month ago?
You approved the job description and the addition of that
Okay,
job.
okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. I'm good.
Martha? Angela? Okay, any public comment? I invite a motion for agenda item approved classified, approved classified employment as submitted.
I second.
Second, okay. Discussion? Okay, we will move to vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Okay, we're gonna be moving on to our next agenda item, which is approved three-year agreement with auditors Wilkinson, Hadley, King and Company LLP from June 30th, 2026 through June 30th, 2028.
Good evening again. So we're required as an LEA to have an independent financial auditor. And our independent financial auditor ensures compliance and ensures that we are following all of our fiscal regulations. The standard audit guide is established by the CDE, and they test key state and federal mandated compliance, as well as all of our fiscal material. The auditor that we are proposing is Wilkinson Hadley, and they are a qualified auditor that follows the generally accepted auditing standards. It is pretty common to have a 3-year. We want to make sure that we secure them because they do start in around May. I do want to point out that not only do they provide our audit and our audit report, but they do also provide guidance throughout the year. So anytime that I have some questions, I am able to call them. They provide service throughout the year. So that's what this is.
Thank you, Brenda. We're gonna open it up for clarifying questions from the board. Angela, we'll start with you. No? Rick?
I thought you pulled it,
Well, yeah, I did, because this has been a big issue for the board.
but you don't have any questions.
I want to know.
Oh, yeah, I know. That's cool. I was just curious.
Because it was important to.
Yeah.
Past. Actually, I do got. Well, working like, is this some of the audit stuff that we're talking about before?
That's what I was gonna ask too.
Yeah, so what they,
Softball to you, Rick.
of course, what they provide is they review our, essentially CDE puts together an auditing guide every single year, and there are different items that are tested every year. But of course, every single year, our financial statements are tested. We go through reviews of our compliance. They test the strength of our fiscal practices and policies, and they ensure that we are overall in compliance with state and federal regulations. They also review our attendance. They review our ADA and our enrollment. The list is pretty long. The one for 24-25 is available, and it has a slurry of all of the things that we are tested on, instructional material. There's more things, but this includes some of those. So all of those items is what we are reviewed on.
To clarify, Brenda, it's legally mandated.
Oh,
A lot of
yes.
this reporting is.
It
You don't
is-
have a choice. It's
No,
not what
no.
you like to.
No, we do
You
not have a
must.
choice. This is
Yeah.
actually a requirement, and it's Ed Code 41020. This is required for every LE to have an independent auditor. So
Yeah, there's
yeah, we have to.
public funds, there's strings attached. You must report and
Correct.
show the taxpayer what you're spending money
Exactly.
on, that your policies are within compliance, that you're fiscally responsible. There's a
Exactly, yes.
fiduciary responsibility to the
Yes, and it's
taxpayer.
for many reasons, right? Obviously transparency and accountability, but it's also, again, to ensure that they provide service to us so that we're doing it the most, we're doing it following all of the compliance and all of the requirements from every single categorical types of funding that we receive.
Thank you. Rick, did you have any?
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to confirm that what we kind of already knew, like, because I think when I brought up in the other meetings and you were saying to her, like, oh, this is the required stuff. And then
Correct.
then we ended up working out that we'll have a study session on the other stuff.
There is
Okay,
one
okay,
scheduled.
that's it, yes.
And also for this thing that I thought, instead of a study session, got put in consent, and somebody got confused. So I want to know, this has nothing to do with our study session.
No.
Okay.
Okay, perfect.
Separate.
Okay, seeing that there's no further clarifying questions, I'm gonna move on to public comment. Zoom? Nope, okay. So this is agenda item, approve 3-year agreement with auditors. I'm looking for a motion. Okay,
A second?
okay. Any discussion? We will move to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Motion carries unanimously. We're gonna move on to our next agenda item. Approve agreement with Terrace Barnes, Walters, Boygan, Heath, Lester Incorporated. I'm not gonna do it again.
Their DBA is props and measures, so it's a little bit easier. I'm gonna use that instead. Do you mind if we I don't know if I can ask, but can we actually combine this one and the North? They're very similar in nature. They're both bond related.
Yes, please.
No, we can't. I'm sorry.
Oh, is that-
My secretary. Our board secretary said no, I'm
Okay.
sorry. But
so
we are ready to go as quickly as
Okay.
you are.
So this contract is going to help us to be successful in our bond measure, specifically the one for props and measure. We'll work with our district to provide legal counsel, coordinate public information efforts, and ensure that all requirements, such as the feasibility research, the ballot language development, outreach, are accurate and on schedule. So it's to help us with the bond and the proposal for voters.
Thank you. I'm gonna open it up for clarifying questions from the board, and I'm gonna start with Angelo.
No.
Okay, Mark?
No.
Rick? Moving on to public comment, Zoom. Okay. This is agenda item to approve the agreement with Terrace Barnes, Walters, Boygan, Heath, Lester Incorporated. I need a motion.
I motion.
A second?
Second.
Okay, let's open it up for discussion. Any discussion from anyone else? Okay, I'm gonna close discussion. We're gonna move to a vote. All of those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Okay, so we have 3 voting yes, 1 abstaining. Angelo DeMarco, trustee DeMarco abstaining. I think we have to call that out. Do we? We don't? Okay, too late. Okay, I'm moving on to the next agenda item, approve agreement with True North Research.
So this is also related to the bond measure that we're trying to move forward with. What this contract would provide is information regarding the voter opinion. And they would actually let us know if, based on the feedback that they would receive from the voters in the community, if it is strategically a good choice for us to move forward with the bond, or if it's not a good time for us to do that.
I'm gonna open it up for clarifying questions.
So when you say they're going to get the community input, this is the organization that's going to go to every site
Yes.
and do the whole spill about what a bond is for, what we're doing.
Can I clarify?
Please.
So it would actually be us who would go to the sites and then say what we're doing. What this person would do is
Capture the data?
no, so they'd survey people, right? And then see, hey, what's important to people, right? So for example, from the survey, we can see from the community, hey, let's say from the facilities master plan, we can say, okay, HVAC is a big issue, all right? We can also say that like holes in roofs are big issues, right? And we can also say, let's say a second gym at the high school would be good, or a multi-purpose room at some of the elementary schools. And then it asks people, hey, what are you most interested in? Okay, so that then we can say, okay, we're actually doing what the community wants us to do. If the community turn around and say, we're not interested in doing HVAC, I don't think they'll say that. Right. But if they said we're not interested in doing HVAC, then we'd be like, okay, then we won't put HVAC at the top of the list. But if they say we are interested in HVAC, we put it at the top of the list. They also kind of like try and work out how much people are willing to pay, right? Because in terms of a bond measure, we need 55%, right, of voters. Now we could go for a bond of 50 million. We could go for a bond of 70 million. The higher you go up, the more the public has to pay. And then it's like, where's that sweet spot, right? Where you're asking for the right amount of money, but you're not kind of pushing people too far. So it's information like that, which we'd be getting.
Rick, do you have any clarifying questions? Okay, we're gonna move on to public comment. Zoom? Okay, I'm gonna invite a motion to approve the agreement with True North Research.
I motion to approve agreement with True North Research.
Do I have a second? Okay. Discussion? Okay, we're gonna move to a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, motion passes unanimously. And that was our last agenda discussion item. Now we're going to be moving on to they were then here. Board requests for information and or agenda items. Rick?
Yeah, three things, we got an email about a school bill and I was just curious if we could investigate that. I think I sent it. And then, definitely, I think, well, I know I wanna, see if we could agendize having another advisory committee, but of CTE, we learned that at this the conference and it sounded great and,
What's that lower?
oh, CTE advisory committee.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Did you hear about them? And any of the talks and stuff like that?
Yeah, I'll show you guys. what's
Okay.
available, so.
And then, depending on the timing, the last one would be, obviously, we would need a bond oversight committee. And so, whatever the timeline, sooner, later, yeah, that's it. That's great. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Rick. Martha? No. Angela? Okay, and I don't have any board requests. So that takes us to our next item on the agenda, adjournment, and I'm looking for a motion. Is that, no? Okay, I'm
You
adjourned.
just adjourned the meeting, girl.
Adjourning the meeting at 10:49.